Okay, 30 seconds. All right, everyone, welcome, welcome, welcome. It is Tuesday, November 2nd, 2021, and we are gathered for the monthly voting meeting of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission. Before we get started with the agenda that's available at ACCGov.com, I just want to make a couple of notes for public interaction, as has been the case through our reemergence into the chamber late this summer. Seating in the chamber is reserved just for 3 individuals, and anyone who's making public input, we will cycle through, and then they will immediately following public comment have the opportunity to again be seated on the patio or in the hallway where they can view the meeting on any of the 3 monitors available. Meeting agendas and parking passes for the College Avenue and Washington Street decks are on the table in the hallway. I think with that, we are ready to get going. So I'm going to ask Clerk Spratlin if she can call roll for us to begin the evening.
Davenport.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
Link.
Here.
Wright.
Present.
Benson.
Here.
Poole.
Here.
Edwards.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thornton. Hamby.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate it. First order of business is approval of minutes of the meetings of Tuesday, October 5th and Tuesday, October 19th, 2021. I'd entertain a motion for approval of those minutes.
I move to approve the minutes. Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards and a second from Commissioner Hool. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, minutes from those 2 meetings are approved. Madam Clerk, do we have any written communications this evening?
No, we have none tonight.
All right, thank you. All right, there are going to be several opportunities for resident input. We have an opportunity for the consent agenda, which are items 1 through 8, an opportunity regarding the street name change, item number 9, an opportunity for old and new business, which are items 10 through 16, and then individually, an opportunity for each of the planning and zoning items. At the end of the meeting, we will also have the general input opportunity for any item not on the agenda this evening. With all items, with the exception of zoning, which I'll describe in a little bit, residents have 3 minutes to provide input. The light on the clerk's desk turns green when somebody begins speaking, yellow when 30 seconds remain in that opportunity, and red when the 3 minutes are up. If any resident providing input can please fill out one of the cards on the furniture in the hallway. That'll allow the clerk to have accurate spelling of anybody's name. And when somebody's at the podium, if they could just hand that card to Attorney Drake, who's right in front of them, that would assist in facilitating that. So now is that time when we have input on the consent agenda, items 1 through 8. So at this time, is there any resident who would like to speak to any of those items 1 through 8?
I'm back.
Good evening. Just let us know which item you're speaking to and then provide your name, and then your 3 minutes will begin.
Okay. I believe it's item 7. It's the ARP home funding, $2.5 million. This is the HUD requirements for that funding, in case anybody wants to read it. Here's my slip.
There you go, Attorney Drake.
Can I get a 10-second reprieve here? And here's the stuff that I'm passing out. Anyway, go ahead and pass this out so people can read along. This $2.5 million of free money.
And ma'am, if you could begin by providing your name for the
Oh, I'm
record,
sorry.
please.
Susan Monteverdi, Athens, Georgia. This is $2.5 million of free money, and what I mean by that is that it's not directly paid for by Athens taxpayers. It's not property tax, and it's not sales tax. And what people need to understand is that ARP money is all fenced, meaning it can only be used in certain ways and in certain buckets. From HUD, it is clear that this $2.5 million cannot be used to build or operate a homeless tent camp. It will be impossible to disguise camp operation as services for homeless who reside at the tent camp. You might get away with food, transit, clinical services through Advantage, et cetera, but you're not going to be able to pay for security, you're not going to be able to pay for maintenance, and you're not going to be able to pay for utilities. Here's a suggestion. Take the $2.5 million free money and apply it towards the SPLOST 2020, Project 28, to capitalize real construction of real homeless housing next to Advantage. This frees up SPLOST taxpayer money for projects directly impacting residents, such as a recreational center for Rolling Ridge Apartments, for instance. In March, Mayor Gertz was quoted wanting to buy a motel or apartment building for the homeless as part of our Housing First approach. Here's your chance, Mayor Gertz. You can do it this way through SPLOST 2020. The $220,000 that's already been used for site improvement at Barber cannot come out of this fund. It's going to have to be reapplied into the general fund. The Neighborhood Leaders Program was cut, well, kind of, $750,000 from the general fund was put into the ARP fund, which ACD accessed. And in doing so, the Neighborhood Leaders Program is basically losing $220,000 at the least. It's all in my notes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monteverde. All right, would any other resident like to speak to any of the consent agenda items, which are 1 through 8? Would any other member of the public like to speak to any of the consent agenda items, which are 1 through 8?
What was it?
1 through 8.
1 through 8? Okay.
Yep. All right, hearing none, I'd entertain a motion from behind the rail for approval of the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, have a motion from Commissioner Edwards and a second from Commissioner Parker for approval of the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, consent agenda is approved. All right, we are moving on now to the public hearing and deliberation regarding the recommendation for the Athens-Clarke County Planning Commission for renaming Carriage Court to Thumpa Avenue. This is item number 9. Would anyone like to speak to item number 9? And I'll provide just a moment so that anybody who's assembled in the hallway could assemble if they would like to speak to item number 9.
I appreciate that. I'm sure it's hard to hear. And she hasn't left yet, so.
Item number 9 is the street renaming from Carriage Court to Thumpa Lane. Good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Item number 9, right?
Correct. Yes, Thumpa Lane.
All right. Good evening. I'm so honored and grateful to stand before you in support of the renaming of Carriage Court to Thumpa Avenue. Thank you, Commissioner Wright, Commissioner Parker, for helping champion this and helping me along the way. My name is Alicia Smith, and I'm the creator of the petition for this street renaming. Though I started this petition, it was a community of folks that made this happen. Over 2,000 Athens residents rallied behind this street. Many of these residents do not believe in the bureaucratic process, have lost interest and do not believe in politicians, and know very little about the red tape involved with policymaking and getting the street changed. Getting this street renamed is not just about Thumpa. Having this street she deserves, or her son, knowing that his mother was a change agent the day she sacrificed her life to protect his. But it's also about recharging a community of folks who have questioned whether the political process actually works with them in mind. When I heard from a community member that the sign that they made in honor of Thumpa was taken down, I wanted to work alongside the family and the community to officially get Thumpa her street. It has honestly been a long time coming. The process has been long and in some instances difficult, but as a community, we've stood together and persevered because the legacy of Thumpa is just that important. She deserves her street. Those within Carriage Court already call it Thumpa Ave. All we would be doing is catching up. Of course, a street won't change gun violence in this city. A block party won't change gun violence in this city. One community program won't change gun violence in this city. One community organization won't change gun violence in this city. There has to be a holistic effort from nonprofit organizations, community members, and local officials. It will take all of us. This street renaming would be a symbolic victory. There is plenty more work to do to make sure that no other person loses their life to a senseless act of gun violence. I will not pretend that I know the exact solution, But I will say that if this process has taught me anything, it is that when a community rallies for something, change can be created. Our wish is that you approve of our first step to change and transform Athens to the city we know it could be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I appreciate it. All right, provide a moment if there is anybody else here to speak to item number 9, the street renaming. Anyone else here to speak to item number 9, the street renaming? All right, hearing none, I'll come behind the rail for a motion regarding street name. This is in Commissioner Wright's district, and I'll recognize Commissioner Wright.
Yes, I move that we approve this agenda item and the request to rename Carriage Court to Thumpa Ave. And I have the little bio that started. It started so long ago, so I want to make sure that I cover it again. Ariel Calloway was a mother, sister, and daughter who was deeply loved by the Athens, Georgia community. Ariel Calloway grew up in Athens and was a product of Clarke County Public Schools. She attended Gaines School Elementary, Hillsman Middle School, and graduated from Cedar Shoals High School. Ariel Calloway was admired and respected by the Athens community because of her loving spirit, her willingness to help others, and her work ethic. Ariel was motivated to be the best version of herself because of her son, Mason. She had dreams of one day creating and owning her own daycare center because she loved children and wanted to help nurture and educate the next generation. Ariel represents what it means to be from Athens, and her legacy lives on through her son, her family, and the countless lives that she touched.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Commissioner.
I'll second that motion.
All right, so there's a motion for approval from Commissioner Wright, a second from Commissioner Parker. Any further input on this item? All right, is there an ordinance, Attorney Drake?
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to changing the name of Carriage Court to Thumpa Avenue and for other purposes.
All right, with the ordinance read, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, congratulations to family and loved ones of Ariel Thumpa Calloway. We mourn your loss. All right, we are now moving on to old and new business. And so those are items 10 through 16. Again, old and new business, items 10 through 16. And I'll remind those present that we will be cycling through. So as soon as somebody is finished with their comments, please head out to the patio so you can watch on the monitor. And you may go ahead and begin. And you just give us your name and let us know which item you're speaking to. And then you have your 3 minutes of opportunity.
My name is Sandy Metz, and I live on East Side, so I don't know where that puts me, Mr. Houle, because you consider the people that are speaking here as being rich or whatever, but I live on East Side Athens. And I want to say that I joined Commissioners Parker's and Abita's Zoom the other night, and I am under the impression that they are not being transparent with East Side citizens. Because I know Ms. Parker has connections with Stacey Abrams and Senator Warlock, and that she knows exactly how much money we're getting in millions for CARES and ARPs and ESSER funds, and she's actually making the citizens of Eastside have to choose from a list. We're getting millions of dollars Eastside, so I'm actually speaking to the Eastside citizens. We should not have anything limited. We should have some nice bus stops, nice lighting, nice
Ma'am, can I ask you which item you're speaking to?
I'm sorry?
Ma'am, can I ask you which agenda item you're speaking to?
Because I'm talking about the COVID funds, ARP funds, all
Which
those.
agenda item on our agenda this
I didn't
evening?
memorize it, but I'm talking about all of them. So I was getting to talk to you about you not being transparent, like you did the interview the other day about COVID. And you had a big deal, but you know who's got the lowest?
Ma'am, this is the
Florida.
opportunity when we're speaking to items 10 through
Right, and this
16.
talks about being transparent about the funding.
And we
because
have
you're not
general
being
input at the
transparent.
conclusion of the meeting, so if you're not speaking to 10 through
I
16,
am. I'm taking 10.
we'll see you at the conclusion of the meeting.
It is about funding. Y'all not being honest. Mariah Parker's not being honest about all, and you aren't either, about all the money that's coming this way. We should be, and we should not have any more Greenway, because that is a recreational facility till the citizens on East Side look like West Side and 5 Points. We should not be spending any of our money in recreation, because I believe that's a rich man's thing, recreation.
Ma'am, I'm going
right?
to conclude
I'm
with your
good.
items being
I'm
out of
good.
order.
Thank you for your time.
I
Be
appreciate you coming this
transparent. I
evening.
don't think that's too much to ask for this commission. Be transparent with the millions and millions of dollars you're getting for COVID relief funds. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, again, this is time when folks may speak to items 10 through 16. And if you just let us know which item you're speaking to and provide your name, then your 3 minutes may begin.
I'm sorry, this is 10 through 16, correct? My name's Charlie Upchurch. I live at 145 Tillman Lane. And I'm asking y'all not to support the Police Advisory Board. A lot of different reasons, and y'all know all of them. The Athens-Clarke County government put out a petition, or not a petition, but a survey of citizens asking them if they were in favor of it. 86% said they were not in favor of it. Athens-Clarke County is a model city on how to run a police department. If it's not broke, you don't have to fix it. One of my concerns is that, or one of my things that I want to point out is that we were already doing things that people wanted put in place. We already had 2 counselors that travel with the police officers. Now I think we have 4. Other counties are asking Clarke County how to implement it, how to put it into place. We're kind of the model city of how to run the police department right now. Why do they need oversight? Why do we need this extra layer of oversight when they're doing a good job? What you're signaling to them is that we don't think they're doing a good job. We don't trust them. They don't need supervision right now. Hey, if there was a problem, I'd be all in favor of this. But Athens-Clarke County, I'm real proud of them. I think the world of the way the police chief's running the police department right now. So I ask you kindly and please vote no for this. Thank you.
Mr. Upchurch. Good evening. Just let us know your name and the item you're speaking to.
My name is Sarah Gehring. I am a resident of 140 Griffith Street in Athens, Georgia. I'm speaking to item 12 on this agenda. I am asking this commission to support and continue the long work that has already happened to implement a civilian, public safety civilian oversight committee. I know that a lot of people are going to have a lot of things to say, and I would just like to start by saying that obviously a lot of work has already been put into this, into showing why it is a good idea, into implementing it in a way that is acceptable to the police department. I know that they have been involved in this, so I do not know why they would take any offense to its creation. I think of this as an extension of the auditor's position, honestly, of an extension of the auditing function for the branch of our government that has the most contact with the public. When most people think of the last time they saw anyone who works for the government, they're thinking of a police officer. Even if our police department is doing well compared to others, and even if they continue to be successful in that way, having additional oversight can do nothing but build trust, nothing but help us identify places where we could do better. So I do hope that, again, this is a continuance of work that's been done for a year. I hope that y'all will vote to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gehring. All right, good evening. Just let us know your name and the item you're speaking to.
Yeah, my name is Adelheid Schmidt, and I live at 140 Kenwood Drive. There are a couple of things that I want to comment on, but the main one is the Police Oversight Board. There's no reason not to have that. To the last speaker's point, it can do nothing but good. Like, even if we're doing better than Portland or San Francisco or any of the other cities on those signs outside, like, that doesn't mean that we're doing the best we can. And there's nothing to be afraid of unless there's something to hide, and we need to keep our police accountable for their actions, and the only way to do that is to have civilians overseeing them and not just a police officer overseeing another police officer. That's not accountability. A lot of work has been put into this to show what good it can do, and I think it's maybe too late for this, but I also wanted to point out that I don't specifically like that it says that anyone can be on it, because it should just be civilians that should be on the oversight board. I also wanted to speak up for county employees. They've risked their lives and they deserve to be compensated for it. And Human Relations Commission should be formed immediately.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. I appreciate it. If you just leave that card with the Attorney Drake, I appreciate it.
Thanks.
And I want to stop for just a second, remind everybody that's in the hallway, if you are in the building, if you could go ahead and just pay attention to the speakers at hand so that everybody could hear them. I'd appreciate that greatly. All right, good evening.
Hey, Kelly, how you doing? Commissioners, everybody, my name is Steve Everett. I live at 120 Fortson Drive here in Athens. Patrick, I love your hat. You love your shirt. Go Braves. Let's get it done tonight. Listen, I'm here to talk about the Police Advisory Board, and I'll ask you folks at the outset here what problem you're trying to solve, because I've been to a bunch of the meetings associated with this whole thing and listened to a lot of people, and no one has been able to articulate what problem they are trying to solve. You know, I think the police force here in Athens is absolutely fantastic. You know, in the last full year where they have statistics, there were 92,000 interactions with the public here in Athens, and there were 52 complaints, and 40 of those came from the police themselves. So in my opinion, you know, as a businessman, that's 0.05%. That is excellence. Are we perfect? No, that is excellence personified. And instead of creating an oversight board, right, that has no accountability, we should be throwing the police a damn parade for the excellent work that they're doing. And if you don't like the work that the chief of police is doing, fire him. He reports to Blaine Williams. If you don't like the work that Blaine Williams is doing, fire him. But don't create another level of bureaucracy, which then has no oversight and no accountability. And we just end up putting ourselves in a worse and worse and worse situation where the morale of the police, which is ridiculously low today, we're 45 police officers short as it is, and we have a crime problem here in Athens. We don't have an oversight problem, we have a crime problem. And it's time to deal with criminals. The police aren't the criminals. They're out there busting their butt every single day, doing the best that they can. And we, the people of Athens, and you specifically, this commission should be supporting them and applauding the great work that they are doing every single day. I ask you guys to please vote no on this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Everett. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Susan Carlin. I live at 236 Huntington Shoals Drive here in Athens. I did not plan on speaking today, but I moved to speak today. Why? I am a taxpayer. I respect the police, as I'm sure most of us do. I don't think those people out there disrespect the police. However, I don't see any reporting, unless I'm blind. I don't hear any reporting about problems with the police. So why do we need them? What, do we need to give somebody a job? No, not at my taxpayer money. I don't agree. I have great confidence, just actually similar to the gentleman that just spoke. I don't know who he is, but similar to him. I have great confidence that if there's a policeman or policewoman or somebody in the force that is not doing their job appropriately, just like when I was in the workforce, because thank God I'm retired now, if I didn't do my job, I was fired or brought down a notch. I expect the same thing to happen to them. And if not, then I hold somebody else accountable. Okay, I'm a new 9 years old Athens person. Okay, so I haven't been here that many years. But within 9 years, I can see I moved to the right place. I have trust that, okay, Mr. Mayor, you can hold people accountable. I have trust that our attorney, U.S. Attorney General, even our FBI, could hold people accountable. I don't think you need me on a board, because let me tell you, I do a lot of volunteer service, and I'll be glad to step up and volunteer. But you know what? I know nothing. And I tried to find what are the qualifications that these people are going to have. I don't see them posted anywhere. I don't see what the problem is. I don't want somebody telling when a police should be put in the line of duty and when he should stand back. I don't want that coming from somebody out in the hall. I don't want it coming from a retiree. I don't want it coming from somebody that knows nothing about police service. I want it coming from a lieutenant, whatever, a police, somebody in line. Fire him if he doesn't know the job. Fire the U.S. attorney. Whoever brings these criminals, we arrest them, and then they need to be prosecuted. If that person is not prosecuting correctly, who's got the ability to fire them? Everyone. No one is above the law. And we don't need citizens to tell somebody how to do the job. They're trained to do it. Let them do the job.
Thank you, Ms. Carlin.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Evening. My name is Tim Carlin. This is my wife Susan, who is right before me, and she said a lot of what I was going to say, but so much more eloquently and passionately than I could. But we love living in Athens. I haven't seen any evidence of there being a police abuse problem, like the gentleman before her quoted the statistics. I think they're excellent. Anytime I've had contact with the police, I totally get their respect, and I hopefully all citizens do. And I just cannot see having if they're not doing their job, there's a process for them to get fired. It's and we elect the people that would fire the police commissioner if he wasn't doing his job. So. I definitely don't want this thing to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carlin. Good evening.
Hey. My name is Gordon Roden. If you would indulge me for just a minute to read something to you. I do solemnly swear that I will well and truly perform the duties of the Commissioner of the Unified Government of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, and that I will support and defend the Charter thereof, as well as the Constitution and laws of the state of Georgia and of the United States of America, so help me God. You remember that? You took it. Each and every one of you. That was the oath that you swore to when you became a commissioner for Clarke County. I am to the point that I am really concerned if the overall consensus of the commission is for the welfare of the entire citizenry of Clarke County. There is so much division within our city at this particular time. We have lived in Athens approximately 25 years. We rented for a couple of years before we built our house. And we love Athens. We love being here. I love the diversity in the community. But I do believe that the responsibility of the mayor and the commissioners is one of to lead. When I went in the career that I am now, I had to learn a word called a fiduciary. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that word. I thought I'd read it to you, a definition. A fiduciary is a person who holds a legal or ethical relationship of trust with one or more other parties, person or groups of persons. Typically, a fiduciary prudently takes care of money or other assets for another person. In a fiduciary relationship, one person in a position of vulnerability justifiably vests confidence, good faith, reliance, and trust in another whose aid, advice, or protection is sought in some manner. In such a relation, good conscience requires the fiduciary to act at all times for the sole benefit and interest of the one who trusts. A fiduciary is someone who is undertaken to act for and on behalf of another in a particular matter in circumstances which give rise to the relationship of trust and confidence. You have an awesome responsibility to be a commissioner in Clarke County. When I think of the Police Advisory Task Force, or the name that it is now, I think my whole concern is the fact that if we have a city manager, we have a mayor who oversees Chief Spruill, why do we need another layer of bureaucracy? You know?
Thank you,
If
Mr.
Chief
Redden.
Spruill's not doing his job, I think he needs to be let go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yes, if speakers would just leave your mask on when you're at the podium, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Mayor and Commission, my name is Steve Middlebrooks, 274 Mosside Drive, Athens, Georgia. As a lifelong, almost lifelong, 55 years citizen in Athens, as well as a business owner in Athens, come before you just like many have, and we each have our viewpoints, pro or con, about the Citizens Review Board. I would say that as a businessman and a property owner, and you've heard it over and over again, but I would just ask you to recall and take a look at what was written, the recap of the December recap that was sent out of the number of people that voted against this police advisory task force. Now, for the last year, complete data is unavailable, but during 2019, we know there were 6 police officers involved in shootings, and each one investigated, as well as subsequently the GBI, and all 6 incidents, though unfortunate, were ruled as justified, and all officers involved were cleared of any wrongdoings. We also understand that there are some who feel otherwise, and some that you are here tonight feel otherwise, and underserved members of our community who may view the police, sheriff's deputies, and first responders differently than we do. That said, we would suggest that a review board is not the path to better understanding or reconciliation, as its structure is somewhat adversarial in nature. An organization that I'm involved in, we're just trying to use two words only. We want a clean community, we want a safe community. And right now, we don't have either. And then I would just say, if the commission does in fact move forward with the creation of a review board, we wish to emphasize that its members should remain community volunteers like numerous other commissions and committees already in place, that any compensation should be limited to very minor reimbursement, as I think is currently proposed, and that it be a good cross-section of members, unlike what was had on the advisory board, meaning whether it be businessmen, clergy, former police officers or enforcement, nonprofits, so forth. So in closing, our community continues to experience an increase in crime, and I sincerely hope that you will lend your full support to our police and sheriff's department. They need your support and backing more than ever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Middlebrooks. Evening.
My name is Joseph Carter. I live at 231 Nacoochee Avenue. I'm here to speak on item number 12, the Public Safety Civilian Oversight Board. What GOC has presented to the Mayor and Commission is a good step forward. It sets up what we have long needed in this community, where civilians, residents, get to say what safety means. And I think the GOC has worked to get some necessary things into the ordinance that some of us have been concerned were absent, and I want to thank you. But there are some other things that we're concerned with. The board needs to be composed entirely of citizens. I agree with the gentleman who spoke before me, but with this significant difference. This is a civilian oversight board. There should be no police officers, no members of the public safety community on it. It does not make sense for those who are subject to oversight to say how they are to be subject to that oversight. That means that civilians only, no police officers, no former police officers. And that still gives y'all a wide range of participants. The third thing, and this is one of the most important things, is that the board is tasked now to, if it passes, it will be tasked to determine the roles and the responsibilities of the auditor monitor. Now, we're concerned with that. We originally wanted that to be determined in the ordinance that you have before you. And one of the reasons that we're concerned with it is that the boards that are typically established by this body tend to move profoundly slowly and are often stymied. This has to be prioritized and done expeditiously. And the roles and responsibilities of the auditor monitor need to be directly in line with the task force recommendations that have already been submitted. I do thank you for this work. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Good evening.
Good evening. Hey, y'all. My name is Erin Stacer. I reside at 378 Atlanta Avenue. It's been a while since I've been in here. It's nice to see y'all. Do I hand that to you? Thank you. I'm speaking in support of items 11 and 12. Hopefully, many of you received my emails in support of these things, but I will also speak to this here. That these items are about building community trust. We build trust not just by having pleasant public events and well-meaning resolutions, but with inclusive policy making and structures of accountability. A Human Relations Commission and a Public Safety Oversight Board comprised of members of the communities that have been historically and systemically left out is a good start. These two bodies can help our communities know that their government works for them because they're a part of it. They get to participate. These are steps in the right direction of accountability and transparency. I'll keep it brief tonight. I know you guys have to listen to a lot. Thank you very much. I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Ms. Stacer. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. May I take my mask down?
If you would leave it up, I'd appreciate it. Thank
Okay,
you.
awesome. I'm here to speak on item 12. And the question is, should Athens support a public safety civilian oversight board? And the answer is yes. And why should we support this? Because complainants are given a place to voice concerns outside of law enforcement agencies. The Reverend Martin Luther King said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." The community at large can be reassured that discipline is being imposed where appropriate, while also increasing the transparency of the disciplinary process. The Oversight Board can help hold the police of sheriff departments accountable for officers' actions. The oversight agencies can help improve the quality of the department's internal investigations of alleged misconduct. The oversight agencies can help increase the public's understanding of law enforcement's policies, procedures. And while the oversight agencies confirms a complainant's allegations, complainants may feel validated. Versus when the oversight agencies exonerates the officers, then the officers may feel vindicated. By establishing an oversight system, public officials are provided the opportunity to demonstrate their desire for increased police accountability and the need to eliminate misconduct. All of these potential benefits will help to support the goal of our community. and also policy which seeks to utilize problem-solving techniques to work in a cooperative effort with the community proactively to address concerns. The Public Safety Civilian Oversight Board should have the ability to audit, monitor, investigate, and review a wide range of law enforcement policies, practices, and procedures, and it should mirror the diversity of the community. However, we remain concerned that this task will have a slow process. So how do we do it? We do it by adopting the National Association Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. That will provide guidance and resources to local governments and communities of the creation of oversight bodies and police accountability. So when do we do it? We do it now. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. May I just have your name for the public record?
Phyllis Hatcher.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Ms. Hatcher. Come on down. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Iva King. I live at 103 Woodhaven, which is in District 6. And I'm active in the Unitarian Universalist Fellowship of Athens, which counts Athens' anti-discrimination movement as one of our justice partners. I'm also a co-leader for Indivisible Georgia District 10. And although I cannot speak directly for either of these organizations, I do know that many members in both of those organizations have been following the initiative to establish a police oversight board here in Athens-Clarke County with great interest. And I personally urge you to adopt the recommended ordinance, your item number 12, to establish a public safety civilian oversight office with a paid auditor or monitor and a board consisting of members of the community who are most affected by public safety issues. A task force, funded by ACC, worked diligently for over a year to research and make recommendations for such an oversight board. They consulted NACOL and received advice on how such a board should be configured and how it should operate. To be fiscally responsible, you should adopt the proposed ordinance in a manner that incorporates all of the recommendations from that task force. The newly formed board should not be asked to go through the research again. In particular, the auditor-monitor should be authorized to audit, monitor, investigate, and review a wide range of law enforcement policies, practices, and procedures. The Civilian Oversight Board should consist of civilians recommended by members of the community, and funding for the board should not come from the police budget. I know from experience that there are many fine officers in Athens-Clarke County Police Department. They were very helpful when I organized the Women's Rally for Unity a year ago. This is not an effort to defund police. Nonetheless, everyone, even dedicated officers, make mistakes. And all departments, no matter how well they're run, need to be held accountable for their policies and procedures. A civilian oversight board properly funded and authorized can improve the public safety of our community, which has good and bad, pros and cons. So please formulate the Public Safety Civilian Oversight Board in such a manner that their work can begin soon, not after another year's delay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. King. Good evening.
Good evening.
And look, I apologize, but we were just asking everybody to keep their mask on at the podium.
No problem. All right, good evening, Mayor and Commission. Traditionally, police investigate their own officers and decide what, if any, consequences they should face in cases of police misconduct. Yet fewer than 1 in every 12 complaints of police misconduct nationwide results in some kind of disciplinary action against the officers responsible. How can we trust a system that uses police union contracts helping officers to avoid accountability? Athens-Clarke County Police Department and government is not exempt from this issue. One too many times we have watched police officers walk away without repercussions after causing harms to Black and brown lives, such as Officer Salters winning a $250,000 lawsuit after using his vehicle to stop a suspect from fleeing the scene, causing harm. Mr. Patman had a warrant for probation violation, a nonviolent offense. yet he was chased down like a dog and hit so hard he flew over the top of the car when it struck him. In 2020, the tear gassing incident left a serious taste of distrust and division within our community due to officers using military tactics on civilians, followed by misinformation released by Athens-Clarke County Police Department justifying their actions. How can we trust a system that was designed to protect the blue? What about the 6 police shootings in 2019? 5 of the suspects died from their injuries, and all the officers were cleared of any wrongdoing. My question is, why after not having any officer-involved shooting in 2018, why did the number of cases rise in 2019? Did the officers receive a memo to increase force? Did they use de-escalation tactics? Did the suspects suffer from mental illnesses, or did the officers overreact to fear? I guess we will never know because the suspects are no longer alive to share their story. And these are just some of the reasons why we need to establish a civilian oversight. How can we trust a system with one set of rules for the police and another for civilians? Not to mention, the Athens anti-discrimination movement on a regular basis receive ongoing complaints of mistreatment by officers during arrest or while incarcerated. And when we try to get answers for our clients, we often get the runaround by Athens-Clarke County Police Department and jail officials. They're not forthcoming with information and seem to care more about saving face opposed to weeding out the bad apples. A few months back, I reached out to Chief Sproul myself so we can resolve our differences and gain a better understanding. He never responded. That leads me to wonder how many other citizens have reached out to Chief Sproul or different folks in the police department and never have received a response. The incidents I mentioned only scratched the surface. It was disappointing to see the GOC disregard the task force recommendations
Ms. Johnson,
after
thank you.
spending months, over 1 year doing research and working with NACO, national experts. Yet despite our concerns, they disregarded our recommendations.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I appreciate you coming.
Despite that fact, I will say I support y'all recommendations, but I urge y'all with caution to make sure there's not barriers that's going to cause this public safety civilian oversight office to fail.
Evening, ma'am. Good evening.
I'm sorry.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Brenner. I know many of you personally, which is really nice. I appreciate that. And I reside in Athens-Clarke County at 135 Gibbons Way, Athens 30605. I'm here to share my comments regarding the establishment of a public safety civilian oversight office. I've shared with all of you my thoughts, and I really appreciate the people that responded. That was so appreciative. So I've communicated with you all via email regarding the support of constituents who favor this ordinance. Although you, as individuals, as an individual, may not regard the importance in the community's support of the establishment of this oversight office, I have been informed, and I understand, that the majority of you are aware and perhaps intend to support the passing of this ordinance. It has been strongly recommended by leaders in the community working to create the office that the hiring of an auditor-monitor is essential to its successful operations, so I support that. And in addition, there has been much communication and requests that the board consist of members of the community most affected by the public safety issues. And I hope their selection will be carefully done and recommendations will be sought out, because that's very important if this is really going to work. Hi, Patrick. Like your shirt. In working on the creation of this oversight office, I'd like to remind you that you created a task force in order to research and make recommendations. Seemed like a great idea. I highly encourage you to use the information they provided in their work over the last perhaps year or more, 10 months. I've heard lots of different things. The structure and function of this oversight office with their work, with the task force work, researched and research models that exist in other cities that were cited as successful. That seems like a great idea to look into them. I mean, why not follow a good, successful plan? I like it. I urge you to create an oversight office that starts out with a strong foundation and functions as a useful and sound unit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Brenner. Good evening.
Do I give this to you? Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Kaylin Lee Schultz. I live at 453 Southview Drive, and I'm just here with some brief comments in support of the recommendations of the Police Advisory Task Force. I hope that the recommendations will be adopted because I know that the police force is made up entirely of humans, and humans make mistakes. And so accountability is important for everybody, no matter what they do. And I think it's very important for this. So I just hope that the Public Safety Civilian Oversight Board will become a part of how things run in our community. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Good evening.
Good evening. Robert Foster, 350 Pine Forest Drive. Hello, Commissioner Hall. Right, it's good to be in the neighborhood. I am here in regard to item number 12 in support of the Police Civilian Oversight Board. I don't know what we're calling it at this point, right? We keep changing the title. My comments are going to respond to one of the previous persons who was at the podium talking about the fact that it seems like a bad idea to have someone who knows nothing about policing telling police what to do, how to do their jobs, citizens telling people how to do their jobs. Robert Foster, I worked with the Racial Justice Task Force, and we've worked with AADM on this process for years now. My day job is to work at the University of Georgia. And some of my colleagues think that sometimes getting advice from students about how to teach is a bad idea. Now, I have lots of bureaucracy at the University of Georgia telling me how to do my job, right? There's lots of advice that I can get. But the people who are experiencing my teaching are actually my students. And not only do I have student comments at the end of the semester, I get comments throughout the semester. I do it twice during the semester to get their feedback. And there's sometimes, because I'm a professional, because I know what I'm doing, sometimes I can't see what my students who are experiencing this learning event for the first time can see, and they give me great feedback on how to change my teaching because they don't have experience. And so it might seem ironic to us, right, to have citizens giving police advice on on policy and those sorts of things. But actually, sometimes my experience has been when I have students who don't have that experience, they're the ones who can give me the better feedback and help me see how I'm not listening very well because I'm a professional at what I do. And I think it's very important for us to think that the citizens have very important things to say about how they're experiencing policing. And that experience, when we have an official mechanism that protects their safety when they're asking those questions and making those comments, is really important. All my students give their feedback to me without giving their names. It's anonymous. That means that they're more free to share those comments, right? And those comments become very powerful things for me to be a better teacher. I think that the Civilian Oversight Board, made up of civilians of this city, that are people who are being affected by policing, can have a great benefit to the policy, to the expenditure of money, and those sorts of things that are necessary for the improvements of our city. And I think it's offensive sometimes for us to think that when we're asking to be a better city, that what we're asking, that's somehow offensive, right? When we're like, oh, we need the world to be falling apart first before we decide we want to improve. I want to be a better teacher today, and I'm a good teacher, but I want to be better. I love this city. I want this city to be better. So let's do this so we can be. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Good evening.
Good evening. I have the great misfortune of going after Robert Foster. I just want to second everything he said. My name is Georgia McPeak. I live at 205 Meadow Creek Drive. I've called Athens home since 2002, and I'm here asking you to please support the creation of this advisory board. It will provide the opportunity for an independent body to review the work of the Athens police force, offer legitimacy that internal accountability and review mechanisms are not currently offering. Civilian oversight will operate outside and report outside of the chain of command, allowing any findings of this oversight board to be free of real or perceived biases that are the source of much of the current distrust that we have. The oversight board will properly serve the residents of Athens-Clarke County by increasing trust and accountability, and I urge you to support this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McPeak. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Brian Caffrey. I live at 199 Winterberry Lane. I think that's Mike Hamby's district, and I'll keep it brief. We are told that the police are here to serve and protect us. If that's the case, then you should have no problem supporting community oversight over the police. Either the Civilian Oversight Board will find nothing, and the Athens-Clarke County Police are truly protecting and serving our community, or the Civilian Oversight Board will find ways to improve the way that the ACCPD interacts with its citizens. So if you don't support community oversight, I want you to admit to your constituents that the ACCPD aren't actually here to protect and serve its citizens. I want you to admit that the police are here to uphold capitalism and white supremacy. Go Braves. Thank you.
Thank you for coming this evening. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is John Olive. I'm here to speak on item 12, the Government Operations Committee review of the recommendations of the Police Advisory Board Development Task Force. I have been a resident in Athens-Clarke County for 35 years. Patrick Davenport is my commissioner, and I helped elect him. I am speaking today on behalf of the Athens Interfaith Sanctuary Coalition. This coalition of faith communities in the Greater Athens area strongly urges the Mayor and Commission to adopt the recommended ordinance from the General Operations Committee to establish a Public Safety Civilian Oversight Office with a paid auditor monitor and a board consisting of members of the community most affected by public safety issues. As you know, you funded a task force for over a year to research and make recommendations for such an oversight board. The task force completed its task with diligence and thorough research. It therefore makes no sense to go back to the drawing board on this issue and waste the taxpayers' money. In adopting the proposed ordinance, we also urge you to incorporate all of the recommendations from the task force. In particular, we strongly support the position that the auditor monitor must have the explicit ability to audit, monitor, investigate, and review a wide range of law enforcement policies, practices, and procedures. Further, we request that the composition of the Oversight Board closely mirrors the diversity and demographics of the community, and that individual members be recommended by community organizations. We also support the recommendation that no serving or retired police officers be appointed to the board. This is a civilian oversight board and should therefore consist only of civilians. Funding for the board should not come from the police budget. This is not an attempt to defund the police. Furthermore, the Civilian Oversight Office should not be housed in the police department. Thank you for your consideration of these points.
Thank you, Mr. Olive. Good evening.
Hey, good evening. My name is Justin Simpson. I live at 532 Nantahala Avenue. And first, I would like to bring to everyone's attention that over the summer, the United Campus Workers of Georgia, the UGA chapter, published an open letter with over 100 signatures in support of the Civilian Oversight Ordinance. With that said, I wanted to share an email that I wrote to the Mayor Gertz, as well as my Commissioner, Melissa Link. So, dear Mayor and Commissioners, I'm writing to express my firm support of the Civilian Police Oversight Ordinance. A year and a half ago, America witnessed one of the largest acts of patriotism. Like the Boston Tea Party, people around the country took to the streets to protest rampant injustices and exercise their right to assembly and free speech. Precipitated by the killing of George Floyd, but fueled by numerous acts of police violence against people of color, protesters called for the defunding of police. The civilian police ordinance is a compromise of these calls. However, we cannot make any further compromises. Justice in America is for the people, by the people. Police must be reviewed by a third party to ensure justice. Currently, we have a system in which the fox is responsible for overseeing the chicken coop. There are good reasons for not trusting the fox. People often dismiss the problems with the police as being simply a matter of a few bad apples. However, why are there so many bad apples turning bad? To answer this question, we must consider the larger historical context of police in America. Police are deeply wedded to capitalism. Their primary responsibility was and is to protect the capital of the wealthy. In America, capital included bodies of color and land stolen from indigenous nations. Police organizations were initially formed to capture people fleeing from plantation slavery. Capitalism is racial capitalism in America. Police therefore uphold white supremacy by protecting wealth that was stolen or produced through exploited labor. Police themselves were often recruited from poor Irish communities. It is not the people that serve that should be demonized, but a police culture structured by capitalism that systematically seeks to stigmatize people of color to justify racial capitalism. It is this culture that disposes police officers to view innocent people of color and poor people as criminals by default. This bias is witnessed in how unarmed people of color are violently detained and murdered, while white nationalists who attempted to overthrow the national government met with little resistance. As citizens living here in the present, we have an ethical and political responsibility to correct past injustices in order to create a more inclusive and equitable future. This is the same reasoning that leads us to fine and detain people who have committed crimes. However, we cannot lock up the institution that locks up people. Rather, we must reform, if not abolish, the institution. In dealing with the legacy of the past, we must also consider current developments. Athenians are still scarred by the memory of police violently suppressing peaceful protests in Athens during the Black Lives Matter protest last May. Furthermore, there is the increasing privatization of prisons. Rather than reforming individuals, the privatization of jails incentivizes repeat offenders, that is, repeat customers. Furthermore, prisoners are no longer centers of justice, but perpetrators of injustice. For instance, an ICE detention center in Georgia was committing mass forced hysterectomies among women.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson.
All right, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, all. I'm Alan Jones. I live in Athens, and I'm speaking on item 11. Tonight, I mainly just want to reiterate, thank you. Thank you for coming together. Thank you for putting behind your ideological differences and working diligently to pass both the non-discrimination ordinance and tonight, I assume, the Human Relations Commission. Kelly, thank you for fast-tracking this and the HRC. Allison and Assistant Manager Jones, you've both done an excellent job of keeping these initiatives on track and keeping the Legislative Review Committee focused and productive. Y'all didn't come to consensus, but you came to workable compromises, and I wish all y'all's committees could work so effectively. Did you come to the same implementation I would have? No. But you came to something in a short period of time that can evolve as time goes on, and that's good enough for me. Besides, I'm not always right anyway. So I'm just going to celebrate the victory. Pat yourselves on the back for a job well done. As I've mentioned before, there's a lot left to do at the municipal level to combat a long history of prejudice against our marginalized communities, including my own LGBTQ folk. But I'll come back to those another time. What's important is that y'all now are the body that can actually get things done. Get these things done specifically. Y'all just need to, as a body, be a little more functional and willing to compromise with each other, like the LRC was. I see a bunch of people out there that are on both sides of issue 12. I'm not here to speak on that one. But I think you've all made up your mind on issue 11 and 12, and it feels like this is a waste for most people. You've kind of already decided, and I don't know that there's really that much anybody's going to do to change your minds. I know who's going to vote for each side, and it just seems like many times y'all don't listen to the people that are coming if their opinion is different from your own. So you've said it before, we're all in this together. We're all part of the town. We're all taxpayers. I hope you guys are listening to people instead of just checking your phones. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Good evening.
Hello. My name's Katie Fonque, and I reside in Athens-Clarke County at 115 Wedgwood Court in Bogart. And I'm here to voice support for this Civilian Police Oversight Office because increased civilian oversight of our public safety apparatus would help strengthen the relationship between the police and the citizens they serve in a way that benefits everybody. And I honestly don't think this is about being pro or anti-police the way that a lot of people seem to think it is. I think this is about being proactive. It's about building trust and accountability so that we can all live in a better Athens. Like there's a reason that a lot of cities and towns across the country have already established a measure really similar to this. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming out tonight. Good evening.
Hey, I'm Chase Brantley from 180 Tibbet Street off Pulaski. I want to be here in support of the Oversight Board. I think that it's very difficult as a civilian from the outside to understand what happens here, what's going on. I think particularly the police are like this barrier you can't see into. And I think, and even the firing of Stephanie Maddox, it was this thing that happened very quickly. We don't understand what's going on. There's no clarity or conversation with the public in any way. And I think this that creates distrust. And I think this Oversight Board is a really strong step to creating trust with the community. And so I want to stand in support of adding an auditor to that. And I want to stand in support of the board being created. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brantley.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amelia H. Wheeler, and I reside at 190 Weatherly Court in Winterville, Georgia. I'm here today to voice my urging to say yes to the Public Safety Civilian Oversight Board. I am a former high school teacher from here in Athens-Clarke County, a fellow public servant, just like police officers, though in another capacity. And I was frequently held accountable for the actions that I took with children. I was monitored whether I was performing my duties correctly. I had people who were outside of my school come in and observe me so that they could tell me what I could do better. The idea that public servants should have no accountability doesn't hold water when we look at the other ways that the public servants in our communities are already being held accountable to do the best they can. When I was a teacher, nobody said, well, she's a professional, just let her do their thing. They said, she's doing a really important job. Let's make sure that she has the support and the guidance to do so. So, I'm here to vote my support for the Civilian Oversight Office. I think that these are appeals to common sense goals. This is not a radical proposition. Fostering accountability, legitimacy, and transparency, that's a common sense goal. That's not saying something out of the wheelhouse of what we're all trying here to do. Building bridges between law enforcement and community, again, this is not a radical proposition. This is a common sense appeal that many in our community get behind. And so the capacity to review misconduct, to engage with our community and spread information, and make recommendations with the Civilian Oversight Office, this is a move in the right direction for Athens. As a former history teacher, I would be so grateful to teach my students in Athens-Clarke County that we are on the right side of history and moving forward with policies that we can be proud of. Thank you for your time and your work.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Danny Malik. I live at 243 Sunset Drive. I also serve as the executive director at the Georgia Conflict Center here in Athens. The vision of the Georgia Conflict Center is a just and equitable community in Athens and beyond. And so I feel obligated. I sent all of you guys an email on this issue, and I appreciate the responses that I received. Feel obligated to speak given the focus of our work. And we do that through the building of restorative practices and using the tools and technology of restorative justice to build just and equitable communities. I think that this, I'm speaking on number 12 on the Public Safety Oversight Board. I think that restorative justice is about creating space, democratic space for support and accountability, making sure that there's room for folks to dialogue together to figure out how to make a situation better. And so I think it's very much in line with the work that you guys have been doing, the task force has been doing to invite a democratic process of oversight over the folks that are asked to serve and protect the residents of Athens. And so I ask that you all vote in support of the Public Oversight Board, and I appreciate the time to speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Malik. Good evening.
Good evening, I'm Barbara Benson, and you can't tell, but I am smiling behind my mask because I know that everybody who showed up tonight cares deeply about Athens. It's evident to me that you all care deeply about Athens because you are behind the podium. So I thank you for your commitment greatly. I encourage your unanimous support of the Civilian Oversight Board, where many people are excited about the Braves and the Bulldogs becoming #1. Let's make Athens, Georgia, #1 in the area of community policing through this formulation of this board. And I urge you, please, to support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Benson. Thanks, Attorney Drake. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mara Zuniga. These are some facts that can't be stated in 3 minutes. I'm speaking on item 12.
Ms. Zuniga, if you just leave your mask on while you're at the podium, I appreciate it.
I saw a lot of people without the mask, and
I've
I
been
can't
asking
breathe
folks
right
to leave
now.
them on. I appreciate it.
I am 6 feet away from you guys, no?
We're just asking everybody in the room to have their mask on. Thank you.
They're 6 feet away from me. I can have my mask off.
It's a position in all of our public buildings, ma'am.
Okay. I am speaking on item 12. If you notice, more than 90% of the people outside are liberal whites, minority saviors in this town. Anyway, I'm exactly what... No. I am exactly what you claim you want the Black and Hispanic community to become: informed and active politically, so that I can have a say. No? Now that I have a say, I'm a problem because I don't agree with overspending and bad decisions that this government is making on behalf of the brown and Black communities. You make immediate decision on items other than those that affect the brown and Black communities. There are 3 Black commissioners, and the rest of you who think you know what we want. You are spending thousands on one public toilet, housing incoming homeless, trails, art pieces, music, associated expenses, studies, and yet you are still discussing how to approach infrastructure for the brown and Black communities who lack sidewalks, lighting, and water systems. Our chief of police is Black. Our police officers are diverse. We haven't had complaints that warrant an oversight board. Our police department is transparent. One can look at their transparency website and determine for oneself. I also question the establishing of this board because some who have worked for it, and Mr. Denson, claim that the reason for bringing about it is to have the voice of some in the minority who have had complaints against the police be heard. Yet when the voice of one very prominent, strong Black woman, Stephanie Maddox, who sought to get help from them for what she felt was harassment and discrimination in the Athens government workplace, some were put in a situation: ignore, contain, or help. Helping her would create problems and division within the government in an agenda that has been laid out carefully, but ignoring her would show hypocrisy. What a conundrum. The victim was investigated and fired while the accused were allowed to continue their work while they were investigated. There were no usual continuous street protests, Facebook town meetings on her behalf. There were no usual staging of pictures to claim that many came to support her. With the help of political nerd and the inner circle, they just did enough to make her feel like she was being heard.
Thank you, Ms.
So she
Zuniga.
was contained. Some other people spoke. Is this how we want our government to be with some groups in our community?
Appreciate you being with us
The same
tonight. I
majority
hope
of
you
you
have a good
who
evening.
vote a majority always voted to fire her, including Mr. Denson, who has supported the establishment of such a board. So aside from being a waste of money, because this board can only recommend, is not needed and has questionable roots.
Ms.
Why
Zuniga,
do
we
you think
appreciate your
anyone
time
in the
here tonight,
community would
but now it's
support
time to
this,
move on to some other
other than
folks in the
those who
public.
partake in your personal endeavors? Thank you.
We'll see you next time.
Liberals are not minority saviors. I don't see a lot of minorities tonight here. No Hispanics, and just a very small portion
Ms.
of the black
Zuniga, we need to
community.
move on.
That should say a lot to you guys.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Richard Dean Winfield. I live at 160 Hampton Court. I'm a member of the United Campus Workers of Georgia. I'm a longtime public employee teaching philosophy at UGA. A police force should not have an adversarial relationship to the population it serves, whose rights it should be upholding. And in order to have a proper relationship, it must have the confidence of the people it serves. And it cannot have their confidence unless every police officer and everyone in the community knows that police misconduct cannot be shielded by a blue wall of silence and complicit prosecutors. And it's for that reason that we need an independent civilian police review board that not only has fully transparent access to records of police conduct, but has the power to hold them accountable under conditions of due process. Now, what makes that particularly important in our circumstances is that we in Athens, like pretty much elsewhere in Athens, have a legal system that, contrary to most other democracies, allows for plea bargaining. And that means that when police pick up suspects and usher them into prosecution, more than 95% will never have the facts of their case investigated in court. They will be plea bargained into guilty pleas. And that, of course, is the highway to mass incarceration. That's another important reason why we need to have a civilian review board to be able to supervise how the police are acting in all circumstances. And keep in mind, this is what will allow conscientious police officers to be able to stand up against the retaliation of their colleagues who would like to hide behind a blue wall of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winfield. Good evening.
Good evening. Adam Ray, resident at 150 Lexington Circle, District 1. I'm here to speak in favor of the Public Safety Civilian Oversight Board. I'll be relatively brief. We've heard many good points in favor of this tonight. Specifically, I want to push back against the idea that this is a radical or a fringe step for the community to take. To me, strikes me as a critical component of our democracy for us as Athenians to have some say in the way that the agents of our community who are tasked with using deadly force interact with the members of our community. I urge everybody to vote in favor of the GOC recommendations and then also listen to the community in the way that this board is actually implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Good evening.
Hi. I'm Rebecca Zahn, and I'm here to speak about item 12. And first of all, I want to thank you for listening to everybody and allowing us to say what we want to say. I really appreciate that, democracy at work. I'm speaking in favor of the Police Oversight Board. I think it's a good thing. It's not a criticism of our police department. We have a great police force. I personally love them and appreciate their service. And I'm so grateful that there are people that are willing to put their lives on the line for our community, for me, and my property and everything. And But we have to understand that without accountability, we have no way of making sure that everybody on the police force does their job, appropriately. I think we have to understand that not everyone is perfect, and that's why we need to have accountability. I believe that Black and brown people are not treated the same. I believe them when they tell me this. As an old white lady who's never had a reason to be on the wrong side of the law, I still feel for them, and if they tell me that they're not treated the way that I would be treated, then there's something wrong, and we need to have a way to address that. I think people that think that this is a bad thing, they just have never had an opportunity to be on the other side of the law, and they can't really imagine what that must be like. Basically, I think that we have to put ourselves in other people's shoes and understand what it might be like when you are on the other side of the law, and if you're not treated the same. So I urge you to vote in favor of this. I think it's a good thing for the town, and it makes Athens a better place for everyone to live. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Zahn. Good evening.
Hello there, my name is Cameron and I'm a resident of Athens, and I just want to briefly speak to lift up the concerns that have been raised many times tonight about how this police oversight board could be a great opportunity to create more accountability within our justice system, to make sure that every voice is heard, to make sure that there is accountability as it suggests. And I was thinking about this and about how there are some arguments against it, saying that it's not necessary, but I think about how in every job there should be feedback, there should be accountability. In every job, a manager tells you how you're doing. And this is the way for the police to hear the civilians in what they think and to make sure that every voice is heard and that justice moves forward. I know that all of us as Athenians want to live in a safe and just society. So I hope you all will vote in favor of the Police Oversight Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. Can I get your last name for the record?
Yes, of course. Westcott.
Thank you.
W-E-S-C-O-T-T. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hey, so I'm Andrew Boland. I'm at 390 Pound Street. I taught middle school, and when my students would cut up, I wouldn't let their friends and co-collaborators decide whether or not they got punished and what their punishment was. But apparently, this is okay in law enforcement. I've got a poster here decorated with ACCPD misconduct and lack of accountability. Chief Freeman, as y'all probably remember, tried to hold an unhinged officer accountable and was run out of town for his commitment to justice. Now, Taylor Salters got a $250,000 cash payout on all of our dime. I know we're all happy about that. As everyone said before, this oversight board doesn't go far enough. It doesn't have the teeth needed to rein in police misconduct. But this is a tool we're being offered, and this is a good starting point, and I hope you'll all vote for this oversight board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bold. Good evening.
Hi, I'm McKever Dugan. I'm at 450 Springdale Street. I'm here to support 11, 12, and 15. I know you guys have heard a lot about 12, so my remarks are going to focus on 15, the hazard pay for Athens-Clarke County employees. Throughout the pandemic, Athens-Clarke County employees have been working really hard, making the community better and safer, even when working in unsafe conditions themselves. And we need to make sure that they're compensated for that. It's up to you guys as a commission to make sure that they're safe, their families are safe from the toll that the pandemic has taken on people. So I just ask the commission, you guys, to make sure that your constituents are protected from civil rights abuses through the Human Relations Board, for police abuses through a Civilian Oversight Board, and the mental and physical abuses from working during a pandemic through financial compensation. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dugan. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Osborne, and I live at 345 Research Drive.
going to go ahead and grab these. This is my friend Barb's, so I'll bring those to her. I am here to speak on line item 12 today, and I'm proud of the amount of support we've seen speaking at this podium in support of the Public Safety and Police Oversight Civilian Board. That's about all I have to say. I just want to make it clear that I am here in support, and there have been an overwhelming amount of support in the community of the task force's original recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. Good evening.
Evening. Hi, I'm Benjamin Britton. I live at 538 Pulaski Street. Speaking in support of item 11 and 12, I think the HR Commission and the Civilian Oversight Board are a real necessity for Athens and a real step forward as far as policy. I really want to thank the task force for the amazing work. I mean, I watched those videos, went back and looked through those conversations, and just some really amazing work and research went into that. And I thank the members of that task force. I wish their recommendations had been followed just a touch more closely, but what we have here is a completely not radical, super moderate step forward in accountability that has been obviously taken up by many municipalities around the country, and it should be something we pass. I think that the board should be made of civilians and not include police or former police, and that it should be formed expeditiously, and that there should be a paid auditor monitor. Just finish by saying I think we need to have a policy that moves toward reform of a system that has two systems of justice, one for police and one for anyone else that isn't wealthy. And thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Britton. Good evening.
Hi there. My name is Jason Pratt. My address is 2165 South Millage Avenue, apartment D9. I'd like to speak today in support of item 12, as well as just offer personal insight. I've been a middle school teacher for 11 years at Hillsman Middle School. I can relate and appreciate that feeling of kind of being in the trenches and supporting, your brothers that are in the same profession as you. And I also appreciate that we get it wrong sometimes. As a teacher, I've gotten it wrong, and the accountability that I'm under has helped me become a better person and gives the community trust that it'll be made right if it's not right every single time. And I appreciate that this is not something that's attacking, but creating a situation where the community can trust. And it breaks my heart how much I see the opinion of some of my students towards police officers, that trust is not always there. And I hope that this will be just a small step towards getting to a world where the young people in our community and police have more of a situation of trust. And I hope it gets more to that place. And I hope item 12 will help us to get there. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope everybody gets a meal and can go home not too long. Much love.
Thanks, Mr. Pratt. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Samantha Hamilton. I live at 477 Whitehall Road. I am an attorney in the First Amendment Clinic at the University of Georgia School of Law. A lot of the work that we do involves working with law enforcement agencies in Georgia, across the South, and across the country to identify ways that we can improve law enforcement policies to further protect the constitutional rights of their residents and constituents. But what we also do in the clinic is we litigate civil rights cases that are brought against municipal law enforcement agencies, and by then, the public trust has been irreparably damaged beyond repair, and I would hate for Athens to come to that point, and it is just so important to build community trust in this way. It disheartens me to hear people's opinions tonight against the Civilian Oversight Board under the auspices that it creates division or that it's in some way an adversarial body. That is not at all the case, and I'll close tonight by saying that I support the board. Thank you all for what you do. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello. My name is Ava Moore. I live at 175 International Drive, and I just wanted to take a moment to go ahead and speak briefly and to encourage you to support the implementation of item 12. I think that the implementation of this board is the first step towards an environment of greater accountability and transparency, and therefore greater trust and collaboration between the Athens community and the Athens Police Department. And I think that this environment, in turn, is ultimately a step towards a more just and more equitable Athens where we can make sure more effectively that every voice is heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Good evening. I'm speaking on item number 12 as well. My name is Joel Siebentrit, and I live at 264 Nantahala Avenue. I'm a 35-year resident of this city and a program manager at Piedmont Athens Regional and on the board of the Athens Immigrant Rights Coalition. I'm a career human service professional, have worked in healthcare, education, nonprofit programs, serving families and children, indigent persons, unhoused persons, and immigrant communities, people who are disproportionately represented in police reports locally and nationwide. In these capacities, I have had numerous interactions with law enforcement officers. I hold utmost respect for their commitment to the safety of every member of our community, and I recognize the gravity of the work they are called to do. I also stand in full support of the proposed Public Safety Civilian Oversight Board. The proposed board, staffed by an independent auditor, will foster transparency and accountability, key elements of community trust. Public safety cannot be ensured without full community trust in the people who are given authority to enforce the law. To that end, the proposed board should be approved and its membership reflected of Athens' diverse citizenry. Public safety is not the job of law enforcement alone, and it shouldn't be. With human lives in the balance, the stakes are too high. Every member of the community has a responsibility. Establishing the proposed Public Safety Civilian Oversight Board is one important step toward engaging this city to achieve greater safety for everyone. I urge you to pass the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Siebentrit. Good evening.
Good evening. Here you go. My name is Cameron J. Henderson Extension, District 3. I just wanted to start out by saying that ours was intended to be a citizens' government, and I've said this time and time again. And what that means is that we weren't intended to be led by the powerful, the wealthy, and the well-connected, but led by people that look like myself, that look like Commissioner Davenport, Commissioner Parker, and so on. So with that, there are two agenda items tonight that reinforce that belief in citizen-led government. That would be items number 11 and 12, the Police Oversight Board and the Human Relations Committee. I'll start by saying that I do appreciate the men and women and people who serve us every day in law enforcement. I think that it goes without saying that those who perform their jobs ethically and efficiently should be appreciated, as with every single profession. And I think with that, we've been presented with a false narrative regarding this tonight by many who do not support this. And here's that false narrative, that one cannot support public safety officers while also demanding accountability by the people they are sworn to protect. The two have never been and should not be looked at as being mutually exclusive. I look forward to the day that our dialogue in this city reflects that. Most all professions face oversight, right? I mean, all of you face a vote every 4 years. Good luck to some of you with that. If some believe our police here are the best, that's what you've heard here tonight from some, why not make the best better? Through my podcast, Classic City Crime, I was able to learn this, that when police fall short, they deserve to be looked at and for that to be examined. However, when they do good, again, just as with every profession, they should be rewarded for that. As for the Human Relations Committee, I want to say again, thank you all for your support and your work on this, especially Allison and the Legislative Review Committee. In Georgia, there exists very few protections, if any, for folks like me. I want to read a quick quote from the Georgia Equality Group. Georgia has no state laws that prevent private employers from discriminating based on an employee's race or religion. Georgia has no law preventing landowners from refusing rent or sale to our citizens based on sexual orientation or gender identity. Currently, the only path for someone to resolve an issue of discrimination is to file a costly and time-consuming non-discrimination federal lawsuit. By passing a comprehensive state law that offers protections for all citizens, we could end this. But Our local government has adopted a non-discrimination ordinance, and by doing that, you're going to be bridging the gap between the lack of state laws and the gap between the state and federal law. So thank you all again for your work. I hope you'll vote yes on both of these. There was a commissioner from District 7 who publicly stated that he had heard no support for the Police Oversight Commission, and I hope that tonight, having heard the overwhelming support here, that vote will change. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. J. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Reno Roberts. I live at 140 Kenwood Drive in Athens. I wanted to speak in support of the Civilian Oversight Board. Specifically, wanted to talk, I guess, in response to some comments I was hearing earlier about how hard a job it must be to be a police officer and how nowadays it's probably a lot harder. There's just a lot of uprising against police in general. And I consider myself a public servant. I've worked in behavioral health at the community level here for a few years now, and I know that if I felt like the people that I served didn't trust me, my job would be a lot harder. And it's in those times where I'm probably nearest I'm ever going to get to being completely burned out. And when I'm burned out, that's when I need those accountability structures to really fall into place and make sure that I'm doing my job to the best ability that I can. And so for that reason, I'm in support of, was it item 12? And I hope that you guys are as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Francesca Granberry. I live at 2165 South Millage Avenue, and I'm here in support of items 11, 12, and 15. And I can't really say anything better than anyone else here has said, but I believe that our community is strongest when we support every member. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Granberry. Good evening.
Hey, everybody. How you doing? Megan Westbrook. I live at 145 Three Oaks Drive. And do I need to go ahead? Well, Judd, do you want my slip now? Sure. Okay. Pardon me, I did not pull up my notes. I apologize. Here they are. Okay, I'm in support of items 11, 12, and 15. Just to give you a tiny bit of background for the people who don't know me quite as well, I am a social worker, longtime social worker. I am a program evaluator. I'm also a professor at our UGA School of Social Work, so that's the lens with which I'm speaking, as well as just a citizen of Athens. So I do support the Human Relations Commission. I know that a lot of work has gone into that. I think it's a great idea. Please do vote in support of that. Also, the Police Advisory Board. That seems to be the contentious topic specifically tonight. I know that there were some concerns that because it's evolved over time, that perhaps we're not in support of the current iteration of it. I am in support of the current iteration, at least as far as getting it passed. So I would love to vote in favor of that tonight, please. And a lot of that is really due to the community input piece. It's due to a lot of pieces, but I do really believe that community input is very important. It's very important to my work as an evaluator. It's very important to social services in general. Thank you so much for hearing all of us tonight and for every time that you hear all of us. And this is all part of the community input process, and I'd like to see that continued with our police. And then lastly, item 15, COVID-19 premium pay. I think it's a great idea. I really do think reciprocity is a good idea here, so I'm in favor of that. And thank you, everyone. Thank you for all the time.
Thank you. Good evening, Megan. Good evening.
Hello, I'm on item 12 now. Sorry, here's my card. I'm going to make it short and sweet. I know you're going to pass this board, Police Oversight Board, change names. It's going to pass, I know it. I just hope that in the vein of equity, inclusion, and diversity, we look at all applications equally, that we abide by the rules set forth in the Charter of Athens-Clarke County, and that we rank the applicants as required by the Charter, and that you make it transparent to the community. And in passing, if it happens, then I just want to make a point, and that point is that as a citizen of Athens, we can create a community committee to oversee the Police Oversight Board and have as much power as this oversight board because it has none, for legal reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Montevideo. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Michael Songster. I live at 1450 West Hancock Avenue. I'm here to support the Civilian Oversight Board. I think that the idea that there is some calamity that's going to befall us by having an oversight board seems very overblown. We have oversight boards and advisory boards for virtually every activity this government engages in. It is somewhat foundational to, I think, the Athens sense of self-government, something we should be rightfully proud of. And I don't see any reason why it shouldn't extend to something as important as policing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Songster. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Claire Bolton, Inglewood Avenue, District 2. I would also like to express my support of the Civilian Oversight Board for policing. It's really important in our society to have oversight functions, first of all, and certainly for individuals and organizations and entities that have the armed forces of the state behind them. So as a resident of Athens-Clarke County, I would just like to offer my full support for those reasons of monitoring, oversight, public safety, justice, and fairness to everybody who lives in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Been a while since I've seen y'all. My name is Noah Johnson, 224 Cavalier Road. I'm a local event producer. I produce several annual events in town, bi-monthly events, weekly events. Also a business owner, a property owner, and an activist in this community. And I've worked with a lot of you guys before you got in office, since you've been in office. And I'm just really here to show my support for this police oversight board. And thank you for the work you've done on it so far. We still have a ways to go, but I appreciate the work that's been done. And like I said, I support it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Broderick Flanagan, 243 Sunset Drive, Athens, Georgia. I'm here in support of the Civilian Oversight Committee, item number 12. There are a few reasons why I feel like the board is needed. I was told by a credible source at the University of Georgia that officers were told in an indirect way not to pull over minorities for a while because the data was being skewed to show that there are more minorities being pulled over on campus and led to some arrests. And so the disproportionality kind of speaks to that in that data set. Another reason is there was a firsthand account that I heard from somebody that was going through officer training where police, while they were in session, one of the officers that were conducting the training asked who here supports Black Lives Matter. And so one officer or cadet raised their hand, and then the person conducting the training said, F Black Lives Matter. Like, we don't have time and space for that here. Now, I understand what the officer was illustrating that was conducting the training and saying that, yet the mere fact that they inserted race in that way kind of lends to the fact of how we train officers in some ways to perceive certain communities and certain movements. In short, what I gather from these type of systemic issues is that we as a community produce officers sometimes that are conditioned to see Black and brown people as criminal. I further illustrate this point by my run-ins, my personal run-ins with law enforcement 4 or 5 years ago. I was pulled over 5 times in the span of 6 months. I was only given a citation for one of those incidents where it was a seatbelt violation. One of those times I had to file a complaint from the police officer that pulled me over. The officer literally told me he pulled me over because I was in a high crime area and that he was hunting for drugs. Now, after I filed this complaint, I felt that the follow-up and follow-through was inadequate because I wasn't doing anything wrong. I wasn't doing anything illegal at that particular time. And so because I had missed my interview, though, with the internal investigators, I was not allowed to give my written and my oral statement to accompany my written one. And so I called Chief Freeman, and I was able to talk to him and his second in command. And at the meeting, they told me they verbally reprimanded this officer and showed him how this was not in the guidelines with the law. And so I would have greatly appreciated having a civilian oversight committee to support me through that process, because it was a pretty intense process. And again, I say we're training officers to criminalize black and brown people because I was conducting a book club on Dr. Michelle Alexander's book, The New Jim Crow. And during that process, a question was asked to the group, like, who here has been pulled over by the police? There were several black people in the room that raised their hands, but most white people in the room were saying they never had been pulled over by the police. They didn't know what that experience was like. And so I say that to say that we must re-educate, our entire population on like how policing actually started. It started from slave patrols, and I sent the link that has a historical article that is related to that history in Athens, and it speaks to just that, what I was just talking about, how policing started here in Athens.
Thank you,
from
Mr.
slave
Flanagan.
patrols. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Shanice Allen, and I live at 130 Meredith Ridge Road. And again, I stand before you. This time, it's regarding concerns that I have with the recommendation from the ACC staff, so that I'll be speaking on number 15, the COVID-19 premium pay and retention bonus. So the recommendation from the manager's office is for $1.4 million premium pay and retention bonus, which adds to the $7.9 million. We have many, many, many Athenians without the basics: water, shelter, street lights, sidewalks, unable to pay property taxes, and in desperate need of bus upgrades. How can one sleep at night knowing that there are many, many across the railroads without the bare essentials? Yet, the manager's office and other offices in Athens-Clarke County are requesting $8 million, or $7.94 million, from the American Rescue Plans Act and or other COVID funds. That's not an acceptable expense for me, not at this time. We are not safe in our community. There have been many rapes, robberies, murders that occur in our city, and we get no notification of it. We just had one last night, less than a mile, or less than a half a mile from the Triangle. Still no notifications. There was a drive-by at that same home on the 26th. Still no notification. The notification I got was when I read the Classic City News, not the Athens-Ben Herald. It's not fair to our citizens. But there's an item on the agenda for premium pay and retention bonuses, and I still have not seen any of our community requests make an agenda item, period. We're following the dollar, and we are requesting a list of how much money has been spent in District 2 and District 9 through the past SPLOST and T-SPLOST. We would like it listed on Athens-Clarke County.gov's website page. And I'm speaking as a representative of the inner East Athens neighbors. Please don't make us another Lennon town. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening. I am Dr. Diane Dunstan. I reside at 1120 Victoria Crossing, but I am a stakeholder and public servant of Athens-Clarke County. I am a member trustee of East Friendship Baptist Church located at 480 Arch Street. And I am here to continue the conversation regarding the use of the American Rescue Plan. I see that there's relief grant funding for the Athens Athens-Ben Epps Airport, and there's premium pay and retention bonuses for Athens-Clarke County employees. I believe in treating people fairly, and I understand that those who have been working, especially through this pandemic, deserve special attention. But I want you to give special attention to the many children, families, adults in our community who have died needlessly because of this COVID-19 pandemic. I'm out of retirement in the community trying to vaccinate, and I can't even get a couple $100 to give incentives to people so that they will get the vaccines. But yet, some people can get the money and get incentives, and we say that we're concerned about the Black and brown people. We are being devastated in this community, and that's why I'm standing here. The half has not been told. Our children are desperate. They're not being educated. We have destroyed the morale, the safety. That little boy who died last night, Monday night, was my baby. I took care of those children. You see, I know those children. Those are my children. And that's why I'm standing here to tell you. You see, this is personal. They're mine. You must understand. Look at the budget, follow the money. You need an auditor internally to look at these departments and see what is happening. Please. I'm not here to judge. Judgment will come later. I know that many have good hearts, but you know what? We're all going to be held accountable.
Thank you, Dr. Dunstan.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Elizabeth Koblar. I reside at 750 Gaines School Road, District 2. And I've come to voice my support for items 3, 11, 12, and 15, particularly for the Human Relations Commission and the Civilian Public Safety Oversight Board. I also want to voice my support for reinstating the restriction against police and police representatives from serving on that board, as well as the task force's other recommendations. Those recommendations were made based on extensive research and review of other successful, programs, and making substantive change isn't done by halves. So having an oversight board made of a diverse set of civilian community members will increase public trust as well as public safety. So I hope you all choose to pass it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cochler. Is there any other public input regarding old and new business? Before deliberation, would commissioners like to take a break at this point? All right, let's, I've got exactly 8 o'clock. If we could take exactly 10 minutes and be back in our seats and ready to roll, I'd appreciate it. All right, we'll adjourn for 10 minutes. Jeff, we're ready to go. All right, 15 seconds. All right, everyone, we are picking up with commission discussion of old and new business. And so the first order of old business, number 10 is American Rescue Plan Act relief grant funding for the Athens-Ben Epps Airport. And just for public edification, this is not from the 58 million of city and county funds. This is from an extra application fund. So I'd certainly entertain a motion regarding this item.
I make a motion to approve.
All right. Got a motion from Commissioner Myers. Was Commissioner Hamby the second?
Yeah.
Got a motion from Commissioner Myers, second from Commissioner Hamby. Any further discussion?
I just want to reiterate what you said was that the American Rescue Plan Act, I had the same concern one of our speakers had. I looked at this, and this is the Georgia Department of Transportation money that they received, $395 million that was to be divvied up along Georgia aviation. And specifically here, it's to make up for missed gas sales revenue during the pandemic. And I would urge staff when possible, I'm getting very confused about all the ARP funds, so to help us out on that, ARP dash whatever, just repeat that, because it does get confusing.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Manager Williams.
Thanks. That point's well taken, Commissioner Myers. And just for the sake of everyone understanding, the money that's in this particular agenda item is not part of the American Rescue Act funding that the unified government received. Rather, it's a direct allocation from the state, directly from GDOT for airports. And this allocation that's being given is the same that's being given to all regional airports across Georgia. So it is not a zero-sum game. It's not taking away from any other potential uses.
Thank you for that, Manager Williams. Any further input, Seconder Commissioner Hamby? Anyone else? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I apologize, there's an ordinance. Go right ahead, Attorney Drake.
To amend the FY 2021 operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, and through the Georgia Department of Transportation, GDOT, for expenses related to prevention, preparation, and response to the COVID-19 pandemic and for other purposes.
All right, thank you, Attorney Drake. Just to confirm, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, we're going to move on to item number 11. And Commissioner Wright, thank you as LRC Chair for shepherding the Human Relations Commission discussion through, and so I'll give you the floor.
Well, thank you. It was a team effort for sure, and it was great working with our new Assistant Manager Jones. Our team on the staff side as well as the committee side worked really well together, and I'm glad we didn't have a string of people lined up to critique our assignment. So I make a motion that we move forward with the committee's work on the Human Relations Commission.
Seconded.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Hool. Attorney Drake?
To amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia by adopting a new Chapter 1-29, Human Relations Commission, and Title I, General Government, and for other lawful purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. Any further input, Seconder Commissioner Hool?
You know, I think we've talked about this plenty, but I do just want to emphasize how important of a step I think that we're taking here as a community to make this a more just and equitable place with both of the committees we're looking at tonight. And I'm very glad to start off with this one. And I hope that this will make a real meaningful difference to make our already fantastic community that I've really enjoyed living in even better.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Hool. Any further input? Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor Gertz. As be remiss not to thank and appreciate the community members and organizations that have been working for years advocating for such a commission to be created so that we can have a more equitable and welcoming community. And it just makes me really happy that when I can see us working with the community to create such good policy and good governance, it makes me really happy. So I appreciate everybody's work with that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further? All right. I really appreciate everybody on the committee who moved this through so expeditiously. Appreciate staff for providing such great support. You find in this work that whether we're talking about physical infrastructure or human infrastructure in this case, it takes lots of research and diligence. I mean, honestly, this process kicked off almost 3 years ago as we established the Office of Inclusion, and so I'm grateful for the coming residents who will be supporting that. So, got a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Hool. All in favor?
We have an ordinance for this one too, right?
We do. Attorney Drake, ordinance associated with item 11. I think, have you read that already?
I read that one.
He already read it.
Yeah, Attorney Drake read that already. Yep. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, item 12 is the Government Operations Committee review of recommendations for the Police Advisory Board, and turn it over to Commissioner Hamby as Chair of GOC.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I think certainly do thank the speakers that came out tonight. We heard from people, and I appreciate the input of everybody on both sides of this issue who came out and speak. I think that shows their care for the community and their willingness to help us come to a good balance of what we're trying to do as a board and as a commission. The Government Ops Committee met many months over this, and it was a little bit more difficult than we'd imagined going into it. There were a lot of questions that needed to be answered, legal questions, process questions, and how a board like this would operate and what their purview would be. But with the help of Sherry Hines, our attorney, assistant attorney, and certainly Josh Edwards, who kept things moving and on track, I think we were able to come up with a good compromise. I think we were able to come up with something that will create a structure of a board where people are working together, where people are at the table together, who agree and who don't disagree. The last thing we need is a board where everybody agrees on everything. That's not healthy for the community. And I think what we've done here is created a structure where we can make that possible. We can make it possible because it's, like all the other boards and authorities, where people have an opportunity to apply to it. And then we will make the decision, as we do with all other boards and authorities, about how that will be made up and proceed. We've also, given some structure as to, what's kind of the first steps of this board and what they can help us decide. So a lot of the first steps will come back to the Government Ops Committee for review, and then come back to this board and authority for further review. So, I heard somebody say this was a contentious topic tonight, but it really didn't have to be, and it doesn't have to be, because, I know all of us appreciate what our public safety folks in this community do, and that's one of the things I was glad that we looked at for this board, is that we broadened it to include more than just our police services, but also other public safety as well. And I think that was a good call. So with that said, I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the recommendation from Government Ops.
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Link. I'm going to ask Attorney Drake to read the ordinance.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia by adopting a new Chapter 3-18, Public Safety Civilian Oversight Board, and Title 3, Public Safety and for other lawful purposes.
Thanks, Attorney Drake. As seconder, do you have further input, Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I just want to clear up, there were some insinuations coming from a handful of members of the public that this board would kind of be micromanaging our police. That is not where we're going with this. This is exactly what it says. It's a Public Safety Oversight Advisory Board. And I want to note that we received a communication from Chief Spruill in support of this. And I'll go ahead and read that out loud for the public to understand where the chief's coming from in this. He says, my feelings about citizen advisory boards in general have not changed. I've always believed that if constructed in a non-adversarial manner with the proper balance, purpose, and intent, citizen advisory boards can be positive and effective tools at increasing transparency, holding police agencies accountable, and at improving trust, understanding, and relationships between law enforcement agencies and the communities they serve. I have had the opportunity to review the GOC Citizen Advisory Board proposal, and with a few reservations, support the recommendations. I believe the few reservations I have will be able to be worked out during evaluation and review of the Citizen Review Board, which has been built into the board implementation and review phase. My staff and I look forward to working with the Citizen Advisory Board. We are excited about the opportunity to discuss our policies, training, and investigative processes, and to share information on the many significant efforts we are engaged in to ensure that officers provide the highest level police services to our citizens in a lawful and procedurally just manner. This board does include members of law enforcement in an ex officio manner. They don't have a voting position on the board. But the presence of them not only allows them to advise the citizen advisors, giving them insight into the realities of police work, jail work, public safety, we include probation officers. But it opens that dialogue, and I believe that's the real purpose of this committee, is that dialogue. There has been a loss of trust between certain portions of our citizenry and our police. And by having this body with this constant dialogue going on, we can breach that chasm, and we can ensure that that trust evaporates, hopefully. There is a mechanism for, this provides a mechanism for any citizen to kind of air their concerns without going through what might be an intimidating process through the police department itself, but through a citizen board that can disseminate concerns and have that open dialogue with the folks on the ground who are doing the work and come to some resolution and hopefully advise on policy and procedure to assure that we do have the best possible police force we can.
Thank you, Commissioner Link. Commissioner Parker.
Thank you, Mayor Gertz. I'll be supporting the motion on the floor. I did put forward a CDO earlier today that addressed some concerns that were expressed by members of the public tonight with regards to the membership of the board, the presence of representatives of law enforcement perhaps being, having outsized influence on those conversations. It's particularly if we do aim to, as many speakers in favor requested, have representation of members of the public that have been most impacted by policing. That dynamic could be one of friction between those law enforcement representatives and those members of the public. We saw that dynamic a lot in the task force that brought these recommendations forward. And so I do want to just urge my colleagues that, in that review process that the board goes through, if civilian appointees are finding that that's just not working out, we should listen to them. They did a lot of hard work, the members of the task force, in bringing recommendations forward, which we are not wholly adhering to in passing the GOC recommendations tonight. But I hope that we can continue to incorporate that feedback in seeing this evolve to fully serve the community, particularly folks that have been negatively impacted. With regards a little more on the request made for us to appoint people who have been affected by policing, that ultimately falls upon us, though it is not explicitly spelled out in this ordinance, as we do, boards and authorities interviews. Working in partnership with folks from the community to ensure good candidates put themselves forward who have perspectives to share that might be underrepresented in conversations around law enforcement, and ensuring that they do have a stake in conversations that this board has. So with that, I want to thank JOC for bringing these recommendations forward and leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further input? We've got Commissioner Houle, then I'll follow with Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I feel mixed about this. I do plan to support the motion on the floor because I'm enthused about us moving forward as a body on this as we did with the HRC. But before I share a couple of thoughts on it, I did have one question for staff, which is, Manager Williams, do you know when we can expect the openings for this board and I guess also the HRC to be posted for the public to begin applying to?
I think that'd be Clerk Spratlin's.
Okay.
purview.
So we've just opened up applications for one round, and Clerk Spratlin, when would the next natural round occur?
We wouldn't do an oval spring, we'd have to do a special one on those two.
All right, so we'll do an interim one, probably immediately after the new year.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
give everybody a breather.
So for the many folks who have turned up today and who have been working to get us to this point for years, anticipate this being posted in the new year, it sounds like. Yeah, I appreciate, we got a lot of great remarks tonight, and many of them focused on what I think is paramount to all of this, which is transparency, accountability, and safety. And that's what our public safety department really is all about. Our police department, and to some degree the sheriff's office and corrections, are also the only departments whose staff are empowered to use force up to and including lethal force, as well as forcibly interrogate, detain, or incarcerate other people. And I think this is an immense power that we need to ensure is wielded as thoughtfully, judiciously, compassionately, and sparingly as possible. And so I do hope that this board will help figure out with us and with the broader community and with these departments how we can do things more thoughtfully, judiciously, compassionately, and sparingly. And I want to emphasize sparingly because there are a lot of use of force incidents. And while they may be justified by law, that doesn't mean that they're the inevitable outcome of an interaction between people. And so I hope as we're seeing this board undergo its work and as we undergo our work in the days and years ahead, that we'll think about how we can resource our community and our departments in such a way where the use of force and the arrests and things that lead to incarceration is reduced over time. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Houle. Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I am supporting the motion, and I want to thank the GOC for their work. I also want to thank the task force, the citizen task force that's been about a year working on this. I don't know, I lost track of time, but it might have just been this morning that I read both through the original task force policy and the GOC one, and was really pleased to see how much an overlap there was with the two policies. I do share a couple of, I shared some questions with my fellow commissioners about the board. A little concerned as someone who's served on citizen boards about the number of staff, people in power, from the attorney's office, one of us, and to 4 representatives of our criminal justice system who'd be on there, although just an ex officio matter. And I do have some concerns about the startup being repetitive of what had happened already, but I've talked with some of the GOC members and other people and feel assured that this is the best time to move forward here. I did have a question today also about who would be supporting this oversight board in its initial setup, since we don't have anyone in there, and I hope I can get some answer to that down the line. I also just want to make it clear that I do support the police department, and someone made a point about, it's not one or the other. Like some of the people who talked about being teachers where there's oversight from students, administration, I also served in that field. I was critiqued all the time. I think another person spoke tonight about how we have citizen committees reviewing the transportation plans, reviewing the solid waste, reviewing Greenway. This is part of who we are in here. But I do really appreciate the work of the police officers. They're in a profession where they're sometimes in very dangerous environments, and I admire and appreciate what they do. I think that it would be really wonderful if people on the new oversight board did participate in the Athens Police Citizen Academy, which I participated in last year. It was great. I appreciate the transparency page on their website. I think it's just, we can all do better. I think that was another theme that I heard tonight as well, that I think that it's not a matter of one group is wrong and right. We can all do better. I do finally just want to mention that there were people who spoke about feeling very respected and by the police. And I understand where they're coming from. I've never had any trouble with the police. But that's not the perspective of everyone in the community, and we want to build trust here for everyone in the community. I spoke to one of my constituents a couple of months ago about something else, and I just asked her, hey, how do you feel about the police? And she was like, I just stay away. Even if I had a domestic violence incident, I wouldn't contact them. And I thought, man, that's not how I feel. So I want everyone to feel as trusting as the people and appreciative of the people who came here to speak against the commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers. I did want to ask Manager Williams, just on a point you raised a moment ago, do you have some notion of how, in its inceptual phase, this group will be supported by staff? I don't know if the attorney's office, or is that something we're just going to work through?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, we've talked about, the police department not doing that, the court's not doing that, manager's not involved, so I'm not sure.
Well, at the government ops discussion level, we talked about the other committee that you put forward that does have some support level associated with it, and that hire, I don't know if that person's been hired yet or not. So that was sort of the thinking that that other justice committee person would
Safety and Justice Coordinator.
Safety Justice Coordinator, there you go, would assist in efforts here as well to help us get started with it.
Thanks, Commissioner Hamby. I appreciate that. Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. That was one of the points that I was wanting to bring up was, I think we talked in government ops, it was the assumption that staff person with safety and justice would early on kind of have this task. But I did wonder, though, a question to the staff, with our scope of work with NACOL, do we still have a contract with them where we could actually we do not?
I don't believe so. I think they satisfied the terms of what we'd asked them to do, their scope.
Okay. I guess I would say that if we're still waiting on filling a position, that'd be something for us to, I guess, maybe look into, since we already have a relationship there, about renewing a second contract with them to bring them in to help through those steps. Something I would be supportive of. And outside of that, I think all these great comments have already been made, so I'll echo a lot of them, and definitely the thank to the task force for the great work that they did, and for bringing great recommendations that we were able to use as the real bones of what's put before us here. So I look forward to us moving forward, and I've said it every time I think this has come up, but just building trust in our community, between the police, our community, between the stakeholders. I just hope that all of us can take a real genuine step into this and give it a shot.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Davenport.
Davenport, there you go. I think this is a good thing. I was honestly like to thank all the people who came out and spoke today, for and against. We want to build a community of trust. We need to hear from everybody. But literally, this is a good idea. What the original task force put together was a great foundation for us to work on, and the hard work that GOC went through. There's some pros and some cons, some good and some bad, but I think this is a great public benefit for everybody, as there are a lot of cities across the country who are implementing similar situations or similar boards like this. This is not micromanaging the police. The police chief supports it, and I think it's a good thing, and I look for good things to come out of this. And if any of those people who are interested in serving on the board, there's potential for that as well. But it's going to be good. So thank y'all. Well, thank GOC and the original task force.
Thanks, Commissioner. Manager Williams.
Well, I just want to say, I think Commissioner Link read some, but not all of Chief Spruill's, and if we're going to speak for the chief, he said he did have some reservations, but he is confident that can be worked out through the process. So I don't want to represent some and not all of what he had to say.
I read that part.
Thank you, yeah.
Okay.
The only part I skipped was the very first sentence.
Okay.
Which was just like.
Okay, thank you. I
introductory.
appreciate that.
All right, thank you all. Further commission input? All right, I do want to thank everybody who spoke tonight and everybody who's contacted us over the months, and particularly everybody who spent time in this planning phase on staff, on GOC. Thank you, Commissioner Hamby. I appreciate you taking on a very challenging task and probably a uniquely challenging time in American history. I want to thank the task force who earlier did some of the research with the assistance from NACOL. We're in a fraught time, and it would be easy for us to envision this conversation as just groups of people edging themselves into corners of a room and pointing fingers at those in the opposite corner. But ultimately, I think what our work is about is kind of finding understanding, finding understanding on our parts as public servants in challenges that community members have had that come from different backgrounds and have different experiences and are as privileged as those of us who are in these seats. And certainly understanding how we can best support our police department so that they're reflective of the community and the needs of the community, the understanding of the community. As we'll see in just a few minutes, we value our employees and the hard work they do, and the particularly hard work they've had to do in this last year and a half. I think all of us have had experiences in this era of our lives that we never would have anticipated. And I believe this sets up the groundwork for better experiences for all of us, public servants and residents alike. So I'm grateful for everybody's contributions here. And I do believe there's a motion from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Link. And I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, everyone. All right, item 13 is the community benefits agreements submitted by agencies wishing to qualify for rent reduction for use of ACC facilities. For members of the public, it is commonly the case that many nonprofit entities occupy Athens-Clarke County facilities, and a couple of years ago we created a community benefits agreement wherein the rent could be reduced if some community opportunity benefit exists. And so there's a chart in the agenda item that demonstrates the reduced amount of rent for these entities. And so I'll call for a motion if anyone would like to make one, and then have some input. Commissioner Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to motion that we approve option 1 and accept all CBAs submitted by tenants. For a little background, I think this came up in 2019 when we were set to renew several leases and requested the release rates that the nonprofits leasing properties from the local government were paying. Very stark disparities revealed themselves with regards to what the minority-serving and minority-led nonprofits were paying versus other nonprofits in the city. If you scroll down to, I think it's under facts and issues, number 10, you can see laid out how much organizations like the East Athens Development Corporation were paying relative to organizations like Historic Athens for what I understand to be a decade or longer. And when Dr. Dunstan came and spoke with us tonight with regards to the need to uplift communities like East Athens, and when we reflect on our own conversations we've had as a body with regards to capacity building is not just about organizational development, it's also about resourcing organizations materially to tackle the very complex issues they're facing in their communities. And to think what East Athens Development Corporation or the Athens Tutorial Program would have been able to do with $120,000 extra dollars a year or over 10 years with regards to community impact for home ownership, job skills training, uplifting our youth. I think it's only right that we kind of give them the opportunity to get a more firm foundation materially to start serving these communities better, and hopefully make a dent in some of the impacts that we're facing from COVID and just systemic racism in our society more broadly. So without wanting to play favorites too much, I know the Town and Gown has also requested their CBA be approved. I think that with the impacts of the COVID pandemic for the next foreseeable time, granting these CBAs to both redress historic inequities and get everyone back on more firm footing. Option 1 seems like the correct course of action. So again, I make a motion that we approve option 1.
I'll second.
I've got a motion, and I think I saw a second earlier from Commissioner Wright, but I will accept a second from any member of the body. And so we'll give it to Commissioner Link. Commissioner Link, go right ahead.
I support everything Commissioner Parker said. I believe this is a much fairer approach to this. I would like us to discuss in the future maybe seeing if some of these properties, some of these agencies might want to do a lease to own. I mean, a couple of these properties, apparently there were agreements long ago that specifically with those agencies to use them, but that's another conversation. But yeah, I support option one.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Wright, then Commissioner
Okay,
Denson.
thank you. I really appreciate all the hard work that came with this. I think it went to one of our committees to sort of level out, and then it just kept growing once we listed all the properties, all the leases, all the agreements, and here we were giving entities money just for them to give us rent back. So I agree with how this has come about. Wished it could have happened sooner, but now we're all at July 1 rent. And I guess, Mr. Mayor, I have a question in light of us having a new opportunity at the Taylor Grady House. If we were to start looking at some new things or to do something with a different building, we would just get with the tenant and maybe change. Would we have to wait till the next July 1 to do some changes?
So if either the unified government or a tenant seeks a variation in use, we certainly would want to make that explicit well before the end of the fiscal year. And certainly with Taylor Grady House, the question has emerged. And so I had some conversations with the manager today, and we'll be kind of assembling some options for the commission in the very near term.
Gotcha. And so then from year to year, let's say, not even just this new opportunity, but down the road, we decided that one of these, in our facility space modernization, we might decide that one of these properties is something that we wanted to move, not the Taylor Grady House. I don't want it to seem I'm talking about that one. Actually, the firehouse comes to me as one, that fire hall, that would have better, higher uses. But that would again be time. We don't have it set here how soon either entity has to enter into discussions, do we?
So, given that we're talking about public facilities and any change of use or disposal obviously has to come to this body. So let's take, for an example, the old Cooperative Extension Office on West Broad Street. If we wished to put that out to bid for a specific use or enter into a specific agreement, that would come to us. Similarly, if we dispose of that, that would go to public bid as a public property. So, Manager Williams, is there anything else you would add?
Sure. I think, we look to the Mayor and Commission for direction. We could issue an RFP to see what uses might be, or you could direct what uses. But ultimately, the lease or the disposition of the property would come to the Mayor and Commission for approval.
Okay. And I think the Cooperative Extension, Mr. Mayor, was the better example to use here.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I had a question to staff. I guess maybe it might have been this way I was assuming this worked, but if we accept somebody's community benefit agreement, we are accepting whatever the lowest rent price is they asked on that agreement?
No, and thank you. And I think
because I didn't take it that way. Yeah.
Commissioner Parker had asked a question, agenda setting, and we, as staff, said we need to make sure we address this before you voted. But the chart that was added in 10, which Commissioner Parker referenced, the middle column, it says annual lease with the community benefits agreement. So should you pass this tonight, that middle column is what the rents will be for those entities.
Okay. Yeah, I think there might be some confusion there. And so after I finish speaking, I'll leave room for Commissioner Parker to speak that. And if I was understanding this correctly about, and I do support the idea of trying to have some reparations to the racial disparities that have been created with these lease agreements over the decades. And so if we're going to go that step, I would be supportive of us putting a dollar lease rate for the black-led organizations that for decades were paying higher amounts. But I don't think I can support also including like Town and Gown in there when they had been received. To me, if we include them, then it's not really a reparations for racial disparities. So the only, I guess, yeah. So I guess I'm curious to hear from the motion makers what they think on that.
I will be honest, I misread the agenda item. Number 9 under facts and issues, it says in their CBAs and supporting documentation, those 5 organizations requested that their rent remain at $1 per year. And so I was operating off of that being the CBAs that we were agreeing upon. So I guess I got a little confused with regards to what the different options were leading us to. So Commissioner Denson, if you'd like to make a substitute motion, I would support that.
Honestly, I am interested in doing this. I will say that I would rather table this and bring a motion forward next month so we can have this combed out and worked out in a way that I think is clear and is actually trying to get the intention that we're going for. So I'll make a motion to table this, to hold this, to hold for 30 days to the December voting session.
All right, motion to hold until the December voting session. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, there's a second from Commissioner Wright. Further input? All right, motion to hold, motion from Commissioner Denson, second from Commissioner Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we will see this again next month. All right, next item 14 regards the Space Modernization project and the prospective parking deck on Hickory Street. To entertain a motion from the floor.
Motion to approve?
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Davenport to approve A, B, C, D, and E, second from Commissioner Link. Any
Is this
further
on-
input?
Are you on 14?
Yes.
I was still talking
Yes.
this way. I have a motion. They've already, a motion, a second over here.
Yeah, so we've got a motion and a second, substitute motion.
I have a substitute motion, and Manager Williams is going to help me with it so that I get the details here. So, in my opinion, the Judicial Center and that SPLOST money and the facilities modernization did not include parking deck funding. It included space, but anyway. And so I wanted to divide the question so that the parking deck, I think it's A, B, C, and then D in the lineup is about the space, the facilities. But Manager Williams, help me out with this because he was going
Sure.
to separate it for me.
And if you want to separate it and just approve the parking deck and not any additional work on the site for the Judicial Center at this time,
Yes,
then you would pass A, B, C, and E,
okay.
not D. Now, that leaves, how do you pay for the pro rata share of the unified government of the parking deck initial design work? And those funds would then need to come from the general fund operating contingency.
Right.
And so if the commission were so inclined, then you would pass a budget ordinance that would assign funds from the general fund operating contingency to pay for that pro rata share.
That's right. So my point, guys, is that the SPLOST funding for the facility space modernization, which includes a judicial center, those funds to be going to this parking deck when we haven't determined the site of that judicial center, I think is an inappropriate allocation of funds. But I'm not here to try to slow down what work needs to be done on the deck. So my motion is to go with A, B, C, and E for the Hickory Street parking deck planning to move forward. We'll get a general fund amendment so that the funding that needs to go to that project comes from the general fund and not the judicial center, which we haven't determined the price it needs. And parking deck is not in the description of that SPLOST 2020 Project 1, is my point. So if I can get a second.
I have a question about
All
that.
right.
Second.
All right, so substitute motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Hamby. And everybody's aware of the nature of the substitute motion, which is to eliminate D, designation of the Hickory Street property, kind of from consideration. So I've got the motion, substitute motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Hamby. Commissioner Hamby, did you want to provide any follow-up comments on substitute motion?
No, I think what Commissioner Wright said is good. I do think, again, I go back to what I've said before. We have a process with a committee set in place. We're not, I don't think we're saying, don't look at this at some point in time, but let's also just, again, we're looking at a 100-year investment for a courthouse. We want to make sure we put it in the right spot, that it has room to grow for 100 years and answer all sorts of questions associated with that. And I know the site selection committee is going to do that. And they may look at other sites as well. So we just, it's just basically following our process, following our procedures, and being transparent and whatnot. So, and I'm like Commissioner Wright. I don't want to hold up the parking deck. I realize the need there for the arena, but also for our downtown and for the community. So let's move forward with that. But on that note, I do want us to move forward in a right way, because I don't want just a parking deck. I want something that looks good, that's sustainable, that's going to not just, it's right in a prime area on our greenway. Needs to be active down below and hopefully active up top, and kind of like what we did with the Washington Street deck. So anyway, that's enough being said. I look forward to seeing where this goes and support the motion.
Thanks, Commissioner. I've got Commissioner Link, Davenport, and
So
Myers.
as best I can tell, this funding is not coming from the space allocation SPLOST project. It's coming from the Classic Center SPLOST project. So the space allocation funding is not even part of the question, correct?
No, so the Judicial Center SPLOST would be used to pay for the initial portion of the design.
That's not indicated in the budget information.
General fund, on the revenues.
We've got 264 grand from general fund and then 161 from SPLOST 2020 Project 3, which is the Classic Center.
Yeah.
There's no indication that any Judicial Center funding is being allocated for this project.
That's right, I'm sorry. So if the Judicial Center were to be put there, then we would reimburse the general fund operating contingency with the Judicial Center funds.
At a future date.
At a future date.
Yeah. Instead of using it now.
So so the general fund would be reimbursed.
And I just also say at this point, 500 spaces, anywhere from 27,500 to 31,000 a space, somewhere in the realm of $15 million. And, I know that we're seeking perhaps some external funding for that type of thing, but we don't have a identified source of funding for the deck at this point, which is one of the reasons why we brought up the potential site of the Judicial Center, because there are funds available there, and if it were built there, then perhaps there's certainly not $15 million, I don't think, out of that budget to do it. But that was sort of what precipitated this agenda item being together.
So the fiscal feasibility of the parking deck is kind of, at this point, dependent upon those Judicial Center funds, because there are funds in that budget essentially for land acquisition, which we don't need that land acquisition funding if we go with this property that we already own.
Commissioner Lake, I believe one of the elements that in the SPLOST development process was eliminated was the land acquisition, so we don't have any
So
funds
there's
for that.
no money for land acquisition?
It has to be, yeah.
I don't know if that, I'd have to go back and look at that, and I apologize for the confusion earlier. So if you were to indicate that some additional due diligence would be done on this site, then funds that are already contracted with the designer would be used to perform, because they've got in their contract some funds to look at several sites.
Yeah.
So we would use those, and, if for whatever reason they do this and then you walk away from the site and then we look at other sites and they run over budget, then we would, add some more funds at some point in the future, if that makes sense.
So, I mean, in order to look at any site, they have to do some of that due diligence, and it's going to cost money to look at this site and other sites to compare them, correct?
Well, typically through the site selection process, so what happens, the architect will give us some, they'll go through some preliminary planning and some site characteristics they'd like to see, so much acreage, and then the site selection committee, along with staff, SPLOST staff, will create a matrix of multiple sites, and we'll try to evaluate those, including a relative cost estimate of how much that site preparation may take. And then those candidate sites are brought back to y'all for consideration. Ultimately, you'll make the selections, the process that Commissioner Hamby's referenced.
Okay.
Commissioner Davenport?
I'm just like, okay, mind blown right now. I'm trying to figure this out. But like, so D, taking D out, so we're building a parking deck. Just walk me through the steps. We're planning to build a parking deck, and we got architects who are going to review that. All D is saying is just saying like, what would it look like if we contract with Crawford and Associates, since it's one of the potential sites that some of our commissioners are thinking about providing or putting the Judicial Center there in anyway, since they're already doing the work, just go ahead and do the evaluation, still continue to let the site committee continue to do that work, but then this work would already be done, right? Even if we choose another site.
So there's a certain amount of work that the architects have to do either way. They do what's called some space programming. So even though we've looked at that in the past, they're going to meet with the tenants in the existing courthouse and say, what are your future needs for space? It's really a mathematical exercise. They'll come back with a spreadsheet, no drawings. So you need about this many thousands of square feet. Earlier version of this was about 140,000 square feet. That work has to happen regardless. Concurrently, you could do some geotechnical investigations, some additional due diligence of the site. All that comes out in the spring, and then at that point, you can decide whether you want to go with that site or continue with the site selection committee. You won't have lost any time either way.
All right, Commissioner Davenport, any follow-up or?
No, thank you.
Yield the floor for now. All right, I've got Commissioner Myers, then Hool, and Hamby.
All right. I'm getting a little confused too, but I think I have it down here. I thought I had read earlier that there was going to be a motion to split the vote, so that we'd be voting on A, B, C, and then splitting and then voting on D separately. Was that initially put out there in an email?
Yes, well, I spoke about it at the agenda setting meeting, and I followed up in the email, but due to not wanting to hold up one for the other, Manager Williams had said, that's why I said, explain how to do this versus splitting the question.
Well, to complicate things or not go back to that, I would prefer to split it and vote on the two things. It seems like we're voting on the parking deck, which is with one company. We've clarified that the funds there are not coming from the SPLOST Judicial Center funds for the time being. I also don't really see how they will come from there with the present amount of money unless extra funds are moved in there. The agenda report points out that the funding for the structured parking was not included in that SPLOST Judicial Center, whatever the name is, project. But it says removal of the reference does not mean that ACCGov cannot build parking for the facility as part of the project. Rather, that is not as specifically referenced as required. I also read in some of the documents that you all shared that the whole budget was reduced by 5% as well. So considering those factors, it seems like it would be, we wouldn't have extra money then to build this parking deck from that fund down the line. So one, I'd like to, can I do this too? Can it split the motion and vote on A, B, and C with, to throw it in here, an amended wording to include when we're a charge to Perkins and Will for the initial project planning and preliminary engineering of the 800 space parking deck to include the possibility of rooftop solar array to provide power for the parking deck and or adjacent ACC facilities. So I'd like to put that in there, and then I'd like to also then vote on D, go ahead and vote on D, if that's something we can do tonight as well.
Commissioner Myers, a couple ideas on the question of amenities or elements of the parking deck. I would anticipate that in the concept phase, that would come to us, and at that point, we would say, we want conceptually for there to be rooftop solar. Manager Williams, is that a sort of fair assessment of the progression of a capital project?
Yeah, yes, I mean, I guess the sooner that you can signal that you're interested in a certain, feature, it may not get designed at this stage, but if it's a utilities consideration, perhaps in the preliminary engineering, I don't think it's going to add significant weight to this foundation, but it doesn't hurt to signal if that's something you're interested in.
And I do know, at least from engagement with the Classic Center, that rooftop solar is one of the elements that they would see.
Right. I would just like to, considering that right now the climate change, conference is going on, I'd like to push that in there and get that into this right now to signal that, it's not unusual. You do Commissioner Davenport asked me if that would take up parking spaces, and you can just do a Google search of parking deck solar arrays, and there's tons of them with the solar arrays above, providing shade for the Georgia summer to our people parking up there.
And then just the procedural question, what I might recommend to the body is voting on D first as a standalone item, and then that would identify which route that we would pursue in terms of funding for these architectural services.
Yeah, and I do want to apologize. I had emailed Blaine on Friday, and I just learned the way to separate it, but just to make sure we're not losing momentum. So if we vote, if my motion does end up, I do want it to be the divide the question. So we're clear on the A, B, C, E.
Yeah.
And then D is by itself, because if you look in facts and issue 6, $264,000 of the design, testing, project management contingency is the Judicial Center's budget that we have yet to understand if we can spare that right now, where the 161 is the Classic Center arena. So that's why I want to split them.
All right. So everybody clear on kind of how the split will work? We'll handle D, and then we'll handle the other 4 items kind of following that.
All under the substitute motion.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody, for clearing that, and I think somebody still had questions.
Commissioner Houle.
Well, I think we arrived at what I was going to propose, which was to vote on D first and then these. So with that, I guess I'm ready to do that. But the one thought I'll share on why I think why I support D is that I'm not eager to spend $264,000 out of the general fund without having a plan to reimburse it from SPLOST. It just seems like a large chunk of money to take out of the general fund, and it seems like a smart way to go about this fiscally is to move forward with the plan as it was proposed in the original agenda item, to preliminarily consider that the site for now, still pending a final decision of this body, so it can be changed. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Hamby, did you want to follow up?
I do. I'm still stuck I'm going to support the parking deck, but I'm still stuck at how we're going to pay for the parking deck. And, and certainly, I still think we need to go through a site selection committee process for all of this, because at the end of the day, we'll build the parking deck, the 800 square foot parking deck down there. And if the courthouse goes down there, and it's just a courthouse, then who's going to pay the $15 million? I mean, how is the courthouse going to get paid back? Or how are you going to pay back the revenue bonds from that deal? Because we've got to pay for the 500 spots somehow if we're using a courthouse deck like that. We're still in the same situation we're in with the SPLOST and not having the money in the SPLOST to pay for the parking deck. We're still going to pay for a parking deck is what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, I think separating these out, allowing the parking deck to move forward with 800 spaces, because I know that they can pay for it through the arena or through some other things downtown, through some fees and such as that. But if the courthouse is using it, that's a totally different situation. The thing that the process, though, at the end of the day, the process works when we have like 5 lists that come back to this mayor commission as recommended by the site selection committee, and then we take the next step. Okay, go look at spending money on this site to see what it does, and such as that. I think we need to keep these separate and move forward.
Manager Williams, could you describe the
Sure.
prospective funding?
Well, I know that this is confusing to everyone, so with respect to the parking deck, this commission on several occasions indicated an interest to partner with the Classic Center Arena. They need to build 300 spaces for the arena. They need to move forward. They're at that point in their project where they need to really move forward and know whether the unified government's going to participate or not. This commission's indicated that it would like to build 500 spaces. Either that could be used for a judicial center or perhaps to entice a corporate headquarters, but for some additional development down in and around the Classic Center. The issue is that when this project was costed out to begin with, cost estimates came back at $92 million. This body balked at that and said, we want another cost estimate, and that cost estimate came back higher. But the budget's been cut to $77 million. And so there was a deck in there that constituted most of that reduction. There was a parking deck, it got taken out. So that was pre-COVID escalation that we're seeing. The Classic Center was costed out at $80 million and has subsequently come back after an architect and a construction manager at risk have looked at it. Instead of $80 million, it's $116 million. So if this commission, and we have not identified the funding to build a parking deck, but if you do find additional funding to pay for that, that would help you build out the Judicial Center to the 140,000 square feet that was the pre-COVID space programming effort. So that's the reason for all of this being combined together. It's an opportunity to maximize what's there. But I understand, too, that we would be not following a site selection process that we've traditionally followed in doing that. So that's why all those are conjoined together.
But I would say this, at the end of the day, the SPLOST money said that we did, and there may be some money found, but we can't operate on that assumption right now. You're still going to have to pay back those 500 spaces of parking deck with some dollars somewhere. And there's no money in SPLOST for us to do that. So I'm not saying take this site off the site selection. But let's go ahead and prove and spend the general fund dollars to get us ready to tee up in case that happens. I mean, I don't see what the big deal is. I mean, just go through the process that is transparent, that works, and allows for, I mean, we contract with architects to look at several different sites, and let's utilize the architects to help us figure this out.
And I think there's certainly merit to that, if I might, Mayor. The only thing, and I'll just say it as plainly as I can, I'm concerned that we don't have enough funds to build the Judicial Center, particularly in the wake of the COVID escalation that we've seen. Now, with the jail project, these things go in cycles. Perhaps by the time it's built, we could have saved funds. But the real impetus here is not to subvert any process or anything like that. It's just, it's an opportunity. If the commission finds extra funding to pay for those spaces, that's less that you have to spend. The property's owned. It's just trying to find some ways to save some funds to build out the Judicial Center.
But we're really not saving any funds. We're
Well,
spending them, we're
No,
spending.
I mean, if you find the money to.
Mr. Mayor, it doesn't need to be a debate between a commissioner and
It's
the
not a
manager.
debate between the commission and the manager. I'm trying to make some
Okay,
points.
you've spoken 3 times. I haven't spoken once.
I'm just saying, it's not a debate, Commissioner Edwards. So
Commissioners, I think it's fair to say that there's some level of uncertainty about absolute expenditures on any of our large SPLOST projects, given the environment we're in. I think that's well established. Commissioner Edwards, I'll go ahead and give you the floor for your
Okay,
3
the
minutes.
motion on the floor is approve D. That's all we're debating right now. Let's keep it germane. I support D. A potential site for further investigation to provide site evaluation due diligence in accordance with the major site selection process.
I'll second.
This is in accordance with the major site selection process. So we have some synergies with the construction in this area. We've all talked about how downtown is certainly a logical location for this institution and how it should be certainly evaluated in accordance with major site selection process. So I support D, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same.
If that's a motion, I second.
Well, it's essentially already on the floor,
Okay.
given that we've divided the question. And so we're going to begin the question with a call about D, and then follow up with one of two routes regarding funding. So, Commissioner Houle.
I'd like to share with my colleagues that Solaire hit a 3-run home run to put the Braves up 3-0. And with that, I would like to call the question to vote on D.
Second.
All right.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and have two questions. First will be D, and then following will be some version of A, B, C, and E, which may vary a little bit depending on the outcome of D. And so we'll begin with a round call with Commissioner Wright regarding just D.
No.
Commissioner Denson?
Yes.
Commissioner Houle?
Yes.
Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Myers?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamby? Commissioner?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so D carries. All right, so we return to A, B, C, and E. And again, given that D carried, this would be with the funding as recommended by staff. So Commissioner Wright?
Well, it would be the general fund because we're taking the SPLOST money out of it. Oh, no, because you're saying the D is still in there. Because I have D out of, my split the question, we already voted on D. Now we vote on A, B, C, E. And I'm a yes on that.
Yes.
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 Yes, but I want to know if my amended wording was included in
No,
this or
it's not. It's going to be in the design phase.
Oh, well, I didn't want it to be in the design phase. I wanted to vote on it.
The motion was
Here,
already- the
on the
substitute motion.
on the relevance, on the advice of the manager who said it was relevant to put it in early.
The substitute motion was already on the floor.
I thought I had put one in.
Give me just a second, Commissioners.
Okay.
We'll get some input from staff in the attorney's office. Is there any input on the process? We're mid-vote here.
Sorry, I think as part of this, when there's an assignment of general fund operating contingency, we have a budget ordinance, and we did have one prepared for that purpose.
All right. And
Just to make sure that we don't have to come back and you
Okay.
know, that y'all get it done tonight if that's the direction we're headed.
all right, and of course, the front page indicated general fund operating contingency. So if you would read that ordinance, I apologize, Commissioners.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2021 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding, if needed, for planning and preliminary engineering for Hickory Street parking deck and for other purposes.
All right, thanks, Attorney Drake. All right, so everybody understands this is a budget ordinance, general fund operating contingency. All right, and Commissioner Myers, I certainly understand your question. Is it the will of the body that in the design process that rooftop solar be a direction for the designer?
Yes. To consider.
Can we understand that as a body? Is that acceptable, manager and attorney?
Sure, unanimous consent, sure.
Well, hang on. We don't know how much is that going to cost?
It's a design consideration at this point.
My understanding is that we would just, given your approval, give direction to the architect who will, Perkins & Will, who's under contract with the Classic Center, will be the architect of record for their portion of the deck, and perhaps your portion if you agree, that is desired by the commission, at least for the portion of the 500 spaces, and they can just, note that in the preliminary plans.
All right. So by unanimous consent, the preliminary plans will include an option for rooftop solar.
And that's, Commissioner Hamby, maybe an option for rooftop solar.
Commissioner Myers?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Commissioner Hamby?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
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 All right. Clerk Spratland, I think that's 9-0 for A, B, C, and E. Is that correct? All right. All right. Thanks, everybody. All right. We are moving on to item 15 on the agenda. This is the COVID-19 premium pay and retention bonus. And so for our nearly 2,000 employees of the Athens-Clarke County Unified Government, this will provide really recognition and we hope support for them, given, as we've all noted, this very challenging last 20 months or so. With two different elements. Obviously, there's the retention bonus that's outlined in the agenda report, and the premium pay that is for all qualified hours of service at $1.75 per hour. Obviously, those have to be hours that involve some measure of contact with others or live interaction rather than purely digital times when there was no interaction with others, no physical interaction with others. This is intended to be in employees' paychecks. I understand it in December. Is that correct, Manager Williams?
Yes, sir.
And so that will mean that prior to the end of the year, ahead of the holidays, some extra cash will go to hardworking folks of Athens-Clarke County. So I'd entertain a motion.
I move to approve these COVID-19 premium pays and retention bonuses.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Denson. As a motion maker, any?
Thank you,
further input?
Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support this. I was lunching with our police last week and couldn't help but thank them for all the work that they did during the pandemic last year. You know, handing out masks downtown night after night, putting themselves in harm's way. They really went above and beyond the call of duty. So I'm so grateful for the work that they put in last year and am happy to support this token of appreciation to go in their paycheck before Christmas. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. As seconder, any further input, Commissioner Denson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree. I mean, our police officers, fire department, all of our public safety, transit workers, solid waste, and honestly, everybody else that, I mean, code enforcement, we had every department had folks out there having to do stuff, and something I've had to go back and remind myself, to put myself back in that context of what's been, geez, how long has it been now? Like a year and a half when this first started, and talk about this time. We didn't know what was going on, y'all. It was scary. We were scared to leave our houses. We were scared to go to the grocery store. People were putting on full suits, wouldn't touch a box of cereal. I mean, and that's how frightening it was to us, and we didn't know. And these folks were still showing up and doing their job every day. I mean, to me, that is just amazing. And they didn't know what they're doing. They were literally putting their community before themselves. And I think this is honestly the least that we can do, but I'm glad that we're able to do something here that's going to go directly to them and hopefully show some of the thanks from this community and from this body.
Thank you, Commissioner. Additional input, Commissioner Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm thrilled to support the motion on the floor. I think that it's really important that, for all the reasons previously stated, that we support our workers, but also help ensure continuity and stable service delivery of the government. Make sure our buses keep running, that that taxpayers can pay their water bills at the office and everything we need to keep the city running. Ensure we're attracting and retaining, or retaining in this case, I guess, good staff. So I am appreciative that staff has brought this forward, and also to remind the public that these are folks with kids too. These are folks with families as well who are also impacted, and so this is not just going into the pockets of people who work for Athens-Clarke County, but to support their families also at a time of year where they really need it. So I hope that as we continue to think about American Rescue Plan funds, with particular regard to small business supports, we think about the workers that keep a lot of these businesses running and how we can support them and not just the people at the top.
Thank you. All right, we've got a couple more commission input, and then I'm going to get the ordinance read from Attorney Drake. Commissioner Gould?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I don't want to downplay the major expenditure this is from ARP, but I think it's a very appropriate and necessary one, and I'm excited to support this. I'm excited to do what we can to support the workers we have, recognizing that we have a lot more work to do, I think, to figure out how we can effectively recruit people for the vacancies we have and retain the people we've got long-term. I also want to emphasize for people who wonder if this is worth it to give this kind of allocation to our employees that all government is essential work. The people who are working for the county are doing frontline work, are doing essential work. And just one more anecdote I'll add to what's been shared here is, had a good meeting with the Public Utilities Department the other day, and they were sharing that a sewer line right outside the hospital was broken, needed repair, or was clogged up and needed repair. I don't remember the details of what it needed, except that someone had to get down in an active sewer line, the stuff that we're testing for COVID. the day after lockdown. They still showed up to work and climbed into that pipe and got it working again so that the hospital could continue to deal with its overload of patients. So when we think about what it's taken for people to keep doing their job, it's pretty serious. And I hope that this will make a meaningful difference for people who have done things that extreme and things that are maybe less extreme in retrospect, but to Commissioner Denson's point about a cereal box, seemed quite extreme at the time. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I just am supporting this as well. I had the opportunity the other day to run into some of our public workers and have a conversation about this, just out walking around, and realize that our workers have had, employees have had some real different experiences. All of the group of 4 or 5 that I spoke with had COVID, many before we had a vaccine. They had family members and other people in their departments who they needed to quarantine for. There was one person who had taken off 200 hours because of COVID. So it made me realize that I have been able to protect myself fairly well. And so I'm appreciative of their work and glad we can do this. I do want to point out that this is only 14% of our ARP funds that are coming to Athens-Clarke County, and that pay for essential workers is one of the 4 areas that's spelled out in the federal guidelines for the American Rescue Plan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Attorney Drake, could you read the ordinance for the premium pay and retention bonus number 15?
An ordinance to amend the FY 2022 operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding from the American Rescue Plan, ARP, Coronavirus State and Local Physical Recovery Funds for premium pay and retention bonuses to Athens-Clarke County employees and for other purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. All right, we've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards, a second from Commissioner Denson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Thank you to our staff members. The check is in the mail. All right, we have one item of new business to consider under suspension of rules, so I'll call for a motion for suspension of rules.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion for suspension of rules from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Parker. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, given that we have done that, we can move on to approve the ordinance for the 23rd declaration of a local state of emergency.
I move to adopt the 23rd ordinance declaring local emergency related to COVID-19.
Seconded.
All right, motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Parker. All in favor?
Yes, Mayor, let me read it real quick.
Ordinance, thank you.
An ordinance for the 23rd declaration of a local state of emergency related to COVID-19 and for other purposes.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, now we move on to public input on planning and zoning items, and we have an opportunity to sign up for discrete periods of time, and in a few cases that is what we will have. And so the first item of planning and zoning is item 17 regarding 3668 Atlanta Highway, and Eric Eberhardt has signed up for the extended period of time. So if Eric is here, come on down.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you tonight?
Doing very well. Thank you for your time tonight. I know you've been here a while already. We'll try to move this along. Of course, I am Eric Eberhardt. I'm a partner with the law firm of Eberhardt & Hale here in Athens. Our office is located on Millage Avenue. Also here tonight on behalf of the proponent is Michael Burke. Michael is Quick Trip's real estate project manager, and we're here requesting your approval of a planned development. It's Quick Trip's proposed project to redevelop the vacant Logan's Roadhouse on the Atlanta Highway into the first QT location in Athens. As most of you know, the location is in District 6 and borders District 10. The project comes to you guys as a planned development to address a perpetual easement agreement between past owners of the tract and the neighboring tract, which is Olive Garden, that legally impairs QT's ability to meet the parking space regulations and necessitates approval of our planned development if it's going to move forward. In your packet, the easement at issue is Appendix B, Exhibit A, page 46. In the early 2000s, before the current zoning regulations existed concerning parking spaces, the owner of what is the proposed QT tract and the owner of the adjoining tract, the Olive Garden tract, entered into a binding contract, in this case an easement, to share parking spaces and to restrict changes without the other's approval. Under Georgia law, this type of easement is perpetual, meaning it does not expire, and passes forward with any change in ownership. In other words, either side can hold future owners to the requirements in the easement. In many ways, it would be similar to you and your neighbor reaching an agreement to share a driveway and then passing it on to a family member or selling it. It carries forward if there is maintenance and things like that that are in play, and that's what we have here. Since QT really wants something productive for this vacant tract, it's negotiated diligently with Olive Garden to actually reach some concession from Olive Garden on these parking spaces. Olive Garden's agreeable to the reduction of parking spaces from what is currently 136 to 88 for QT to occupy the tract. That's a reduction of 48 parking spaces, but that is as far as they'll go, and quite honestly, they didn't have to do that. While QT's plan significantly reduces spaces, we still don't meet the zoning ordinance in Athens-Clarke County. And pointedly, unless you guys are prepared to approve the plan development, we can't move forward with the project because the space the track doesn't allow to accommodate anything other than what we've done. QT doesn't want 88 parking spaces. They're just constrained by this agreement. And just so everybody's on the same page, any other future owner of this site that does not use the existing building as it stands is going to run into the similar problem. Any new business that that needs county approval is going to have the same problem. And any business that does not is going to be saddled with 136 parking spaces. QT's really the right partner to clean this up for you guys. I've heard it presented or mentioned. Will approving this PD set a precedent for neighboring properties to circumvent zoning regs in the future through these types of private agreements? I'd say to you guys, not at all. The plan development process of having it go through Planning Commission and then the County Commission allows you guys to review it and to ensure that the need and the circumstances occur in good faith, such as we have going on here on behalf of QT. The Planning Commission recognized that we were acting in good faith and has approved our project with the lone condition that we change the number of hollies to meet county species limits. In candor, it was an oversight on our part. It's not an issue, and we've already planned and probably, as I understand it, submitted to the county a change for the percentages to be maxed out with crepe myrtles replacing the issue that we had with the hollies. QT and I now ask you to really balance our need for the waivers that are contained in our plan development against the entire project and the landscape plan that will bring what's really an impressive transformation and upgrade to this tract. I think I mentioned it at the agenda setting, but with our plan, the tract goes from what is now 5.3 existing tree coverage canopy to 51.33 canopy coverage. The regs for the county are only 40 in this particular situation. So we're going over and above on that. And when you consider what exists in the right-of-ways, our calculations indicate that it's going to be about 96% tree canopy. So we've got a significant change that's taking place here. QT will be a great asset to our community. In the end, They want to be here. We want to be here. We should want them here. They want to make this abandoned property work. The Planning Commission has unanimously approved our project with that loan condition that we're prepared to meet. And we now respectfully ask you guys to do the same and approve the plan development that's before you for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eberhart. Is there anyone else to speak to this item regarding 3668 Atlanta Highway? All right, hearing none, go ahead and turn it over to Commissioner Houle, Representative District 6, in whose district this property lies.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion. If I get a second, I have a couple remarks, but my motion is to approve with the conditions outlined in the Planning Commission packet.
Second.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, got
Which is
a
the tree
motion from
management
Commissioner
plan.
Houle, second from Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is going to be a real improvement to an obviously disappointing chunk of land there on Atlanta Highway. So I'm excited to see an abandoned building turn into something that I look forward to having in our community. And I appreciate how long and winding of a road it was for the applicants to get here, as well as for the Planning Department and Planning Commission to work with them to get us here. So I think we're in a good place. I did want to share, I've always got wages and sustainability on my mind, and I had some good conversations with Mr. Eberhard about this, and just for the benefit of the public, the starting pay for people at QT, since they'll be hiring soon, is $12 an hour. I'd love to see them get that up to 15, but 12 is decent, so I'm glad that they're starting there for people. And again, I'll just reiterate, it'd be great to see if QT can follow our lead and try to bring the base pay up to 15. And the other thing is that we talked about EV stations a bit, which is another thing that we're trying to see a lot more of here in Athens. And while QT is exploring in some pilots, I guess, some EV stations in some of their other locations, they're not yet committed to doing one here, but that might be something that they'd be interested in doing here as well, especially, I think, if more people in the public brought it up to them while they're building. But with that in mind, I hope that we'll have the support in the commission and move on to the next one. Braves are still up 3-0.
Any further input, Commissioner Edwards?
There's a time to be silent.
All right. All right, let me have Attorney Drake read the ordinance for us.
An ordinance to amend the code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to rezoning one parcel of land comprising approximately 1.95 acres located at 3668 Atlanta Highway from CG Commercial General to CGPD Commercial General Plan Development and for other purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. All right, there's a motion from Commissioner Edwards, a motion from Commissioner Houle, second from Commissioner Edwards. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, thank you. We're going to move on to item 18 regarding 473 and 481 Little Oak Street. Is any member of the public here to speak to the Little Oak Street project? Now is that time. Good evening.
Good evening. Hope everyone is doing well tonight. My name is Jeffrey Hawes with J. Hawes Real Estate, 2017 Stormwater Court. Simple, in a nutshell, I think we've had a nice discussion about this proposal last time I was here. I would just ask before you all make the final decision on approval or disapproval that you all please consider the fact that the two abandoned homes have been sitting there for years. No one has come forward to rehab or tear down to build new properties at this present time. So I have taken on that chore, hoping that I can come to you all as I did with the corner of Little Oak, which was approved sometime last year. So with that being said, also I do want to state that we do have approval from the Airport Authority. We had approval from Planning and Zoning up until a couple of residents came in and expressed their desire to keep the old homes there. While I do understand their feelings and respect their feelings, I do think that it is in the best interest to build new homes for future buyer and also for the city of Athens to continue the development of that corner, as there's a lot of new buildings going up in that particular corner there. So I just want to add to it. I don't want to do anything that's not already being done. So in closing, I just would ask for your approval of tear down of two homes and the construction of 3 new homes.
Thank you, Mr. Hawes.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to speak to 473 and 481 Little Oak Street?
I actually have some documentation that I would like to share, if that's okay, packet-wise information.
If you can hand that to the attorney. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have 7, so some of them may have to share. Thank you. I spoke last time at our last meeting. My name is Stella Collins with Caldwell Banker Upchurch Realty. I'm currently the listing agent on the 2 homes that we are that are next door to the subject properties. And when we spoke at the last committee meeting, there were a few concerns that were brought up, and I wanted to try to address those with the commissioners. One of the concerns was the price points. You know, they were concerned about the price points that are coming in the area. And out of the 72 active homes in the Georgia MLS as of today, there's 35 over the price of $400,000. That is over half of what's on the market in Clarke County. 24 over $450,000 and 18 are over $500,000. So out of the 72 properties that's on the market active as of today, only 14 are new constructions, which means that only 19% count for what's currently on the market. So I don't believe that the new construction is really the factor of the increased price points. It's a lot of the resales in the community. But also one of the things that was a concern from Mr. Jesse is that the taxes probably would inflate because of the new construction and the higher price points. And I do believe that that's where we want to also create some community information panels probably to inform residents on how to make sure that their taxes aren't inflated by filing like homestead exemption. And for those that are disabled or veterans, then there's tax breaks for them also. And I did have the time to meet with several residents that live on the street that were concerned about the taxes, and that was their main concern. And I also informed them on some of the ways that they can also cap their taxes. And a lot of people don't know that you can even file homestead exemption, but I think that just comes from just a little more awareness. And then I know we had talked about getting some more community input on the construction, and that was one of the things that Mariah had also mentioned. And when I was talking to the people that they actually live on Little Oak Street, one of her concerns was, you know, she definitely wanted to see something that would be cohesive with what's there. On the street, you have homes that are built in some in the mid-1900s, you've got some in the early 1900s, and then you also have some new construction that were built in the early 2000s. So it's not necessarily all one cohesive structure, but I did try to kind of give you guys some ideas on what the market activity is going for the community in the packets there. And then also in the packet, there are some letters from the previous owner who Mr. Hawes purchased the property from.
Thank you.
That gives the condition of the property before he purchased it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone further in the hallway to speak to the Little Oak project? All right, hearing none, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Parker, in whose district this property sits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to stand with the Planning Commission recommendations for denial. I have only heard from residents on Little Oak Street that they are concerned about future development on these parcels, similar to what happened when we divided the parcels nearby that I believe this applicant also owns, with regards to the scale and massing being out of scale with the rest of the development in the neighborhood, even if those other dwellings were built in different periods of time. I know there's been some concern raised about affordability by my fellow commissioners, and I think that an opportunity is raised by the Historic Preservation Commission's work to establish cultural conservation areas that I think they're going to try to bring to us by next May. They're looking at doing some more community input to see if that would be amenable to the residents of this area, but that might be a avenue through which we can sort of put new guidelines on the size and character of new development in the neighborhood to meet that demand of the current residents, that future development not only be, in character with the neighborhood, but affordable to folks that are currently living there. So with that being said, I guess I would also add, even with our inclusionary zoning work, that framework only holds for developments of 5 houses or more. And so this kind of development where we would see just 3 houses wouldn't even fit within the framework we've been working on for a long time. So that doesn't really exist as an avenue by which we can ensure affordability here. But we can, send things back to the drawing board and see if through future continued conversation with the folks in the neighborhood, the 2 existing lots might be developed in a way that makes everyone happy.
All right, motion from Commissioner Parker to affirm the Planning Commission denial.
Second.
All right, second from Commissioner Link. Commissioner Link, any follow-up regard?
Yeah,
remarks?
I mean, I'm a little bit reluctant because the idea of replacing 2 homes with 3, I feel, is a good thing. But quite honestly, I would rather see this come back to us as a cottage court development and replace 2 homes with a half dozen homes, and use smaller scaled, more affordable homes. I feel like that would be more in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and it would increase the affordability probably of those homes because you'd have a more efficient use of space. This is a RS5 neighborhood, a single-family neighborhood, and we do have a cottage court development that was approved just around the corner on Dublin Street. These houses are they are large for the area, hence the higher price point. Whereas what we really need are these standalone single-family homes for small families, for single people, single parents, these more 2 and 3 bedroom cottage style homes that could share resources. So I'd just like to offer that guidance to the developer, and I really wish we had a cottage court ordinance on the books that would have like a formula to follow to pursue something like this without having to go through the rigmarole.
Motion from Commissioner Parker, second from Commissioner Link. Any further input? Read the ordinance, please, Attorney Drake.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to rezoning 2 parcels of land comprising approximately 0.737 acres located at 473 Little Oak Street and 41 Little Oak Street from RS5A Single Family Residential Airport Overlay to RS5A PD Single Family Residential Airport Overlay Plan Development and for other purposes.
All right, vote to affirm the denial of the Planning Commission. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
1 opposed.
All right, please note Commissioner Myers in opposition. All right, thank you. We're moving on to item number 19. 19 regards 650 US Highway 29. This is very near the intersection of Highway 72. Any public input on item number 19? 650 Highway 29.
Hey, my name's Preston Willard. I'm the local Take 5 franchise, or Take 5 oil change franchisee. So just here to speak on behalf of the project and about the Take 5 oil change facility itself. We've got a approval from the commission, and with conditions, those nothing else has changed on the site plan. We'll meet those conditions as well. So I'm happy to really answer any questions about the Take 5 oil change operation or any questions that anybody may have.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Willard.
Yep.
All right, this is in District 9.
I move to approve.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion for approval from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Davenport. Could you read the ordinance, please, Attorney Drake?
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to amending a planned development for 1 parcel of land comprising approximately 1.895 acres located at 650 US Highway 29 North in the CGPD Commercial General Plan Development District and for other purposes.
All right, thank you, Attorney. Any further input? All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, we move on to item 20, which regards 355 Oneta and 285 Bryan Street. Got Signed up input from Michael Smith. Michael Smith here to provide input regarding this property.
Point of order, doesn't the applicant go first?
There was nobody signed up for the extended period, so given that the extended period was here, we'll go ahead and have you first.
One other point of order, we have 10 minutes. We're going to try not to use all that 10 minutes. But can T.S. Woodward come midway through the presentation and I close? Is that good?
If you wish to share that 10 minutes, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, my name's Michael Smith, 147 Bryan Street, in the Southern Mill neighborhood. Also, T.S. Woodward from 143 Bryan Street. I know it's been a very long night, and in some respects, a historic night. So I'm going to try to run through the 7 years that we've been in the neighborhood in less than 5 minutes. So, and I think it's important we do that because we have to understand what's really the conditions on the ground as opposed to what people think the conditions on the ground are. And so we did support a withdrawal of the application so the applicant could get back to planning, but they didn't respond to that request. And so we, our position at 147, 143, and we have really hundreds of supporters of what we're doing in the neighborhood, believe that we should not table this item because we believe the application is fundamentally flawed and that we would never be able to negotiate agreement off the current application. And we support a no vote tonight is what we support. And then we advocate for a mediated agreement with all the property holders and the stakeholders in the neighborhood. And then the applicant go back to planning with that mediated agreement, and then they will be able to finish up phase 1 of the construction. So we bought property there in 2014. We started, I had been aware of who I believe is still now the managing partner of Southern Mill, his work with the Athens-Clarke Heritage Foundation and the College of Environment and Design. We got interested in the neighborhood to help out that. And I have to say that among the founding directors, a lot of our visions are exactly the same. So I guess in 2016, I believe, along with WA Engineering and the founding mill directors, my family and them sponsored a forum at Hendershots, had a dozen different people participate in that meeting, from Think UGA to the Heritage Foundation and a lot of other people. It brought a lot of positive press to the neighborhood and a lot of interest into the neighborhood. And then I guess over the next 2 years, those guys and us individually and as groups literally spoke to hundreds, if not thousands, of people about our neighborhood. Mayor Gertz, Commissioner Link, all went on tours, all were heavily engaged in the neighborhood. And I think in 2018, we had a forum about the racial history in the neighborhood that was part of a presentation called Response to Charlottesville, which hundreds of people attended. We've in the early days, when Commissioner Link put forth the early approval of the project, there was supposed to be a water line easement. They went down Bryan Street. That was verified at the meeting. Then an administrative rule happened at planning where they changed the water easement to Oneta Street, which started a big conflict between the rubber plant and the mill owners. We were very active in those negotiations, which resulted after a period of a couple months with lots of county support and Frank Stevens coming in, we negotiated an agreement that got commercial quality water and sewer lines put in the neighborhood for the first time in, I would say 40 to 50 years. Probably got it done for around $300,000, probably about $2 million if we would have contracted it out. The medical center there, who learned about the opportunity at our forum and contacted Mayor Denson, right, had a $600,000 bill sitting before them to have water and sewer brought. And so that's one example of public participation where an administrative rule literally caused an 18-month-long conflict that slowed tremendously the progress in the neighborhood. And I could actually list about 7 or 8 things, but I'm going to skip those. We also, very up to the present day, coordinated with Mayor Gertz and Suki and Nancy Flowers at Solid Waste because we've been trying to get the neighborhood cleaned up for 5 years, okay? And they have a neighborhood program. They brought in a dumpster, and in the last, I guess, 6 weeks, we've got out 120 yards of trash in the neighborhood. Those are just a few examples of how our neighborhood has engaged the community from the very beginning. The whole entire time, we've never been invited to a single planning meeting about it, a single meeting between the public with Athens-Clarke County officials and the developers, except in 2018, when they came before the commission asking for a drastic reduction in the residential component. Okay, and then we supported a reduction, but without the hotel, because as we stated in 2018, the math just didn't work on having any residential components in the neighborhood if they were going to do their build out and their hotel. At that commission meeting, a lot of the commissioners brought up heavy support for what we're advocating for today, which is to sync the front of the neighborhood with the back of the neighborhood and try to continue on the path to get a residential component in the neighborhood. And so we're here tonight, and TS is going to read a couple things if you're ready to do that now. Are you ready to do that? Okay, you can come up. And then, but to close this part of the conversation, the front part of the neighborhood, and we have an alliance with the rubber plant, and we have an alliance with pretty much everyone in the front of the neighborhood. We have always been excluded from being able to pursue our highest uses of the front part of the neighborhood in favor of the back part of the neighborhood, of which the other thing I want to say that y'all may not remember or may not know, that the mill received $5 to $7 million in payroll tax credits. The county paid $5, and they earned that right to do that. So they got a $7 million incentive from the state, okay, and which we thought actually made the deal in the neighborhood happen. The county has gave $500,000 to the brewery back there, idea that we supported, okay? And we probably spent in market value $2 to $3 million, about $300,000 to $400,000 in hard money, getting the infrastructure in the front part of the neighborhood, and no one will let us be part of an agreement. So
We have just a few seconds.
Few seconds.
Oh, was that my entire 10 minutes?
Just about.
All right. I'm T.S. Woodward at 143 Bryan Street, and I'm here in solidarity with my neighbor, Michael Smith, at 147. And
Point of order real quick. Can we just switch him to a 3-minute comment, please? And I'll close now. Is that good?
I'll do, unanimous consent to give him 30 seconds, you know. Sure.
All right, 30 seconds as part of the initial presentation.
okay, so this application is an amendment to the CDO that was put forth on August 7th in 2018. And I'm just going to read a quote from our Commissioner Melissa Link about this, which clarifies things. Quote, "There have been some concerns about the breadth of uses that under that CN designation, and we had a little meeting with the representatives of the developer and representatives of the neighborhood and representatives of those who own property in the Oneta Street area, and we came up with an exclusion of a handful of uses. So this CDO is to support the rezoning to commercial neighborhood and to include the already additional requested uses, which were indoor recreation, event space, and light manufacturing. Those were the ones we already approved a year ago or so to allow Creature Comforts to move in there. The uses to be excluded are hostel, hotels, vehicle repair, laundry facilities, school, personal care homes, nursing homes, hospitals, medical centers, cemeteries, and mortuaries. You know, and the vision is that this will be a bustling mixed-use commercial center that will be very much directly serving the surrounding neighborhood and bring new folks and new business into the neighborhood to experience this little chunk of Athens history and Athens industrial past. So I want to go ahead and move that we adopt the thing. And so thank you. Also want to say, as part of the CDO, there is a workforce housing agreement, traffic agreement, several things that haven't been delivered yet. And so we're trying to, we're seeking to get this back to the planning to just follow up on what's already been agreed on. And
All right, additional input on the property in question, Oneta Street and Bryan Street?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Scott Haynes. I work for WA Engineering, which is located at 355 Oneta Street, here this evening to speak about this item. Why I'm here tonight, very simple. We're asking for your approval to allow us to move forward with a project for a small, locally owned, independent hotel, one that would have approximately 51 bedrooms and would take up the remaining space in the C building, which is referred to as C2. The C2 space is the last remaining space in the mill. Over the last, several years, we've saved a lot of buildings over there. I have the honor of being able to work in one of those buildings every day and get to watch the things that are happening on an ongoing basis to restore and save structures. And this project would be not short of anything that we've seen out there so far. I mean, it's something we could all be proud of. And like I said, we're talking about a locally owned, independent hotel. I know there's been concerns from the neighborhood on several accounts, one of which has been raised as traffic. I will say that a hotel is a very good complementary use to office space. They have offsetting peak times. When people are checking in and checking out of a hotel is a different time of the day than when I'm going to work and leaving my office. Adding a hotel in replacement at the square footage we've asked for, if you take away that square footage in office space, results in nearly 30% reduction in the average daily traffic count. That's compared to what we put in a traffic study in 2018. When you look at the peak hour times, you get a reduction of about 18% in the morning and about over 30% in the afternoon. That means overall, if traffic's a concern, this hotel is a good answer for that because it'll reduce the overall traffic that we could expect on full build out. This was just an office complex or even residential. many of the things that Mr. Smith has expressed, we'll have to agree to disagree about. I don't believe there's been any infighting between us and the mill, between the rubber plant. There have been delays in this project, but that's what happens when you deal with historic structures. They're like unpeeling an onion, and you find a lot of things that are complicated to them. In general, we want to be able to continue the success that we've had this far with this project. This was once a center of a lot of economic activity in the neighborhood. It's historic in that nature. We're proud of the fact that it's starting to return that kind of economic generator to this part of the neighborhood. We feel it's been very positive for everybody in the neighborhood and will continue to be that. We ask that you allow us to continue on that path. I'm happy to answer any questions. Mr. David Dwyer is here tonight as a representative of the hotel development team. If you have any questions for either of us, we'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes. Anyone else like to speak to this project this evening?
I believe there might be one more person. Tom Woodward is here, property owner at 143 Bryan Street.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this project this evening? Going once? Going twice? All right, we're going to move to commission input on this item. This is in Commissioner Link's district, so I'm going to turn the floor to her.
Yes, there seems to be a little confusion about what was approved in 2018. I got my hands on the original CDO, and it clearly indicates the 10,000 maximum square footage for hotel usage, as is permitted in CN, which it was rezoned to. In the discussion, I rattled down the list of uses, and I listed hotel, but didn't list the, in parentheses, maximum square footage, which ended up getting quoted in the flagpole, which I think contributed to some of the confusion that hotels are excluded completely. But the question on the floor is a 35,000 square foot, essentially 55 rooms, appropriate here? And I say yes, it's completely appropriate here. This was zoned to CN. There's nothing normal about this project at all. Typically, CN is a designation that is adjacent to residential neighborhoods. The adjacency to residential neighborhood is kind of tenuous here. This is surrounded by industrial employment zone properties. The residential component, the residential neighborhood is on the other side of the railroad tracks. I put this proposal before the Boulevard neighborhood. There was no objection to this hotel, the 50-room hotel. So I will be supporting the variance request. The two property owners in the neighborhood, who are the only two property owners in the neighborhood that have spoken about this, seem to be asking, I think, for the developers to negotiate with them, but I'm not quite sure about what. But that mechanism for public conversation already exists in that this property is in a tax allocation district. And the sooner we get this property put to good use, the sooner that those tax revenues come in and it can be reinvested in the neighborhood. And I believe the mayor will be appointing that tax allocation citizen committee tonight, is that so?
Yes.
So I would encourage those property owners to engage with that tax allocation committee and talk about how those funds could be appropriately reinvested in the neighborhood. I know there are some concerns about losing the character of the neighborhood, and if that is a concern, I highly, highly encourage those property owners to pursue either a rezoning of their properties, because those properties are old mill cottages that were originally residentially zoned. So a rezoning to maybe an RM designation would still allow some commercial uses and maintain that residential character. And I would say pursue some historic designation. This is clearly a historic neighborhood, and I believe those cottages do deserve to be preserved. So I would love to help y'all with that designation. And I believe that the hotel property can benefit those properties. A potential future rezoning could allow some of the uses that could benefit the hotel. So I believe
I second. I saw the
Okay,
light go
there's a
out.
lot of
Just
work that
didn't
can be
want
done, and the mechanisms exist to get what y'all are asking for. And the sooner this property gets put to use and those revenues come in, the sooner we can start reinvesting to
All
the
right,
benefit of
there's
all.
a motion on the floor and a second to affirm the Planning Commission recommendation of approval. I'm going to go ahead and have Attorney Drake read the ordinance.
Ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to amending a planned development comprising approximately 18.174 acres and located at 355 Oneta Street and 285 Bryan Street in the CN and I PD Commercial Neighborhood and Industrial Plan Development District and for other purposes.
Thanks, Attorney Drake. As seconder, any further input? Commissioner Edwards?
Planning Commission unanimously approved this. Glad to move forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Hool?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to gloss over the concerns that have been raised by residents, and I appreciate them having a meeting with myself and Commissioner Link that they invited, I think, all of us to last week. I don't see a compelling reason to totally deny this thing. I appreciate Commissioner Link speaking up to try to clarify some of what happened in 2018. I definitely see why it's been confusing up to this point for residents. At the same time, I haven't heard anyone, including the folks who spoke in opposition tonight, speak against the idea of a hotel being there. And so absent that and in deference to my colleague who's the commissioner for that district, with appreciation for the concerns that have been aired by the residents tonight, I think it makes sense to move forward on this and explore some of those options moving forward more proactively. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Can I add one more thing?
Any further input before I return to Commissioner Link? Go right ahead.
Just real quick, I did have some conversation with the attorney's office, and I will be asking that staff do a road safety audit for this neighborhood, which will include the existing property owners and provide that mechanism for assorted property owners to get in the same room together. There's some traffic patterns there that are unusual and weird. The traffic impact of a hotel is very minimal. I mean, it's much more minimal than your typical commercial uses. So that's another reason to support this use.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Attorney has read the ordinance. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, last planning and zoning item is a text amendment. And, given prior engagement with the commissioners, the staff is prepared to bring this to a work session so we can understand technical details next week. So I'd entertain a motion to hold until the December meeting.
So move to hold till December.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards to hold, second from Commissioner Myers. Any further input? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you all. All right, now is that time when we do entertain input from the public on any item not on this evening's agenda. So should any member of the public so desire to make comment, come on down. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good to see you.
Hi, my name is Joseph Schmucker. I live at 287 Fairview Street, Athens, Georgia, and I'm here to represent my friends and neighbors of the Inner and East Athens Neighbors, which we hope to become an association real soon. But before this meeting started, I sent each of the members of the commission and the mayor this packet. And it's a little piece of history that occurred in the county courthouse roughly 23 years ago in 1995. Is that right? I got my math right? Anyway, it describes what we were supposed to have at the community center that is up the block from me. It describes the East Athens Technology Park. And inside that package was the roadmap to the construction and completion of said East Technology Park. And when I look out my window or walk up the block to see this beautiful new building, it's not there. And it's a situation that's kind of typical where I live. Things are promised and things don't happen at all. And we are really, this was part of a package of development called Vision 2004. And there's many items within that package that never occurred, and this is one of them. And it was budgeted for. There was a kickoff meeting that happened right here in the county courthouse. It was a time of excitement for District 2. And there was, when I moved into the district in 1999, I could still feel the buzz in the air from the time that, all these changes were occurring. And as my experience of the neighborhood crept on, I got involved with the Human Services Advisory Board, the East Athens Human Services Advisory Board. That included Grover Smith, Virginia Walker, among many other folks that I fail to remember at the moment. But they were deeply involved with improving the community, and they had done a lot to do so. I had the opportunity to participate in the Liberated Cleveland Festival, and that's when I got exposed to many of the dramas that I'm talking about here when we talk about this technology park. When the parade ended in 2007, it's kind of the time that when things kind of fell off the rails when it came to improvements in our community. All the things that we didn't get that were promised were kind of swept under the rug and were never heard about again. And we also feel like, as neighbors in this community, that the funds that were meant to build this technology park were diverted to other purposes. Now, they may have been purposes inside of D2. Maybe they went to the Classic Center. We don't know. But we are really dying to find out what happened. Why don't we have this building? Why don't we? I mean, I think about 1995 and the timing of building such a facility happening in a underserved neighborhood like
Mr. Schmucker, thank you for coming.
Okay.
I very much appreciate it.
It's been thank you for your time, and hope you will take this into consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak to any item not on the agenda tonight? All right, hearing none, we're going to receive reports from myself, the manager, and the attorney. As Commissioner Link indicated, we are ready to name 2 new tax allocation district advisory groups. The one stretching from the River District to East Athens, and then the Newton Bridge Chase Barber area. The downtown to East Athens advisory group will include Rashi Malcolm, Fred Smith, Smith Wilson, Rin Allen, Regina Walker, Madeline Van Dyke, and Charlie Gladenis. And the Newton Bridge, et cetera, area will include David Barbie, Shonda Santana, Leon Leathers, Daniel Epting, Pete and Tanya Degas together as a single vote representing the same business, and then one additional resident to be announced briefly. So I just want to provide that input. And I'm almost ready, but I'm waiting on a call back regarding the 2 members of the sort of labor rights Classic Center body as well. So I'll get that to you later this month. And then I want to turn it over to the manager for any input from Manager Williams.
No, sir.
Thank you. Anything from the attorney this evening?
No, sir.
All right, and we'll go ahead and turn it over to commissioners. Go ahead and begin with District 8 and end with District 1.
I'm actually going to say something despite the late time, but very quickly. I want to say kudos to the Solid Waste Department. We passed their new plan at the beginning in the consent agenda, read through that, and they did great work. I also am really thrilled during our work session this month that we are moving forward with our 100% green energy plan. And it's important for me to bring that up right tonight as the 2021 United Nations Climate Change Conference is going on. I was also got a message, had asked the Sustainability Director, Mike Wharton, to let me know when the Energy Coordinator position is announced for Athens-Clarke County, and wonderfully, that has just been posted, and so we will be moving forward with that, and it's an appropriate time for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I had an update here for the public. The final investigative report regarding complaints of the Internal Auditor and Office of Operational Analysis staff has been completed. The final report is thorough and detailed and calls for no further action to be taken. The Commission would like to thank Ms. Woodward for her diligence in the investigative process, and I'm going to hand this over to the clerk to include in the record. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that's all I have.
All right, a few quick things. First, go Braves. 6-0 still. A couple people on base. We have a town hall tomorrow. It's a shared Districts 5 and 6 T-SPLOST Town Hall tomorrow at Oglethorpe Garage. That's 1560 Oglethorpe Avenue, right next to exit 15, the former Hendershots. We're going to have some members of our advisory committee there to engage with the public, answer questions, and get y'all's feedback before we discuss this further at our work session next week. Also, I know a lot of folks have been writing to me about it, and in many cases to all of us, about the eviction prevention program and the sanctioned encampment proposals for the benefit of the public. Both of those are planned to be discussed at a special session preceding our agenda setting on the 16th of this month. Also, we've got a bunch of vacancies. We need you all out there to sign up, put your name in the hat for some of these boards, authorities, and commissions. You can go to ACCGov.com/BACS and apply there. We need you, so please do. I'd also like to reiterate a request of the mayor to give consideration of a living wage policy and impact fees to a committee. Hopefully we'll be blowing through leaf blowers in December and LRC's ready for some more stuff, so I'd love to take those on. I would also ask this body to commit to marijuana decriminalization. I think just about all of us at one point or another have said we support it, so I don't see any reason why we can't put that on an agenda sometime soon without it having to go through committee. So I would ask the mayor to consider putting that on the agenda as well. Finally, because I know it's hard to track everything we're doing, especially when we don't get videotaped, we got a few retreats coming up, and I think some people who know us get word of this, but for the many people who have been watching tonight and might not have, if you want to see us make the sausage, we'll be at the Bobby Snipes Water Center tomorrow and Friday, and then again on December 3rd. And finally, it's been a real long night, but I do want to thank that commenter who stuck around all the way to the end to share with us. I know how much resilience it takes to do that, so thanks.
Thank you.
Yep. Please, come out to that T-SPLOST meeting tomorrow night that Commissioner Hull brought up. Commissioner Hull brought up two of the things I was going to mention. So I'll just say we have the next District 5 cleanup. It's going to be Homewood Hills and Jefferson Road on November 20th. And just want to thank everyone who came out to speak tonight, and go Atlanta Hammers.
Okay. I'm done. Thank you.
All right.
I know y'all want to get out of here and watch the Braves game, so.
You're right. Okay.
I won't
Yeah.
say anything.
What? Okay.
Get out of here.
I know we're all eager to leave, but I do want to offer my condolences to the family of Demetrius Pope, a resident of my district that was fatally shot last night. And let the public know that we are working diligently. We have heard you and your desires for increased youth development as a means of cutting down on this violence epidemic among our young people. And at our retreat last Friday, was it last Friday? Anyway, started taking some concrete steps towards a framework for funding local community organizations doing that work. I hope that's the last name we have to say. Thank you.
I'd like to apologize to Suki Jensen and Josh Edwards. I have failed them twice to meet with them. I do apologize. I owe y'all dinner. 30-30 conservation, grassroots effort to conserve 30% of Athens' green space. I'd like to thank Mr. Edwards for the lunch for the police. It was really nice. BACs, board authorities and commission, please apply. Go to ACCGov.com. And happy Thanksgiving. And thank all of our ACC employees for their hard work during COVID. You get your check, please come by and see me. Thank you.
I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Parker. All in favor? Aye. All right, go Braves.